Okay. All right. Okay, well, we will get started because we've got a very busy day ahead of us. Welcome, everyone, to today's Finance and Performance Committee meeting. I'll start the meeting off with the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te ura, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, ehi aki ana te atakora, he tio, he hoka, he hohu, te he mariora. Thank you, everyone. And before we get started, I see a few people might be in green, and just want to acknowledge it's St. Patrick's Day. And oh, there's this there, I suppose with the surname of Kelly, there's a bit of Irish there. It's a day that, in particular here in Wellington, that we have been, I suppose, growing the tradition a little bit to celebrate the cultural and religious festival. I know the Irish Embassy has kickstarted our Irish Family Festival. Unfortunately, not being held this year because of COVID, but I know the last 2 years has been one of celebration, and I think it's quite timely just to remember this. The Irish people are full of resilience. They've been through some really tough times, and this is certainly, I suppose, a challenging time for everyone here as well. In terms of what we're going through, we've had the occupation, we've had, we're in the midst of Omicron, and also the terrible things happening over in Ukraine. So I think it's a day of hope, and know that you can get through with resilience and with unity. And I know we will be thanking the officers for the papers throughout this meeting, but I just want to acknowledge that this is a difficult time. We know we've had a lot of illnesses, not only with elected members, but also with in officers. So pulling this together and being able to answer questions in the midst of the Omicron pandemic, we will be a little bit gentle, I think, today in terms of that, because it has been very resilience is another time that we really need to pull on our resilience to get through this. So moving on to apologies, I'll move the motion that we accept the apology for lateness from Deputy Mayor Free, from Councillor Rush, and apologies for partial absences from Mayor Foster and Liz Kelly. Are there any other apologies? Oh, I think Councillor Wolf, you will be leaving early. That's right, and I for early departure, and I don't think there's any others.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wolf. So do I have a seconder for the apologies? Oh, thank you, Councillor Pennant. So I'll now move the motion, which means been moved and seconded. Those in favour, please click the green tick. Those against, the red.
That's 13 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. And now I'll call on conflict of interest declarations. Are there any conflicts of interest? Don't see anybody's hands up, so nothing there in terms of agenda. And now confirmation of the minutes. I move the motion that the Finance and Performance Committee approves the minutes of the Finance and Performance Committee meeting held on the 17th of February 2022, having been circulated, and that they are taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Foon, thank you. So So I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour, please tick green. Those against, please tick red.
Now just waiting on a vote from Mayor Foster. That's 13 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Okay, I declare the motion carried. There are no items not on the agenda, and we have now we have one public participant. Chris Ford. Is Chris here? Oh, welcome, Chris.
Yeah.
And Chris is speaking to us about the development contributions policy. He wasn't able to attend the previous submission hearing, so is coming along to talk to us now. Chris, you've got 5 minutes, and if you want to leave some time for any questions from elected members, then you need to leave that in that 5-minute space.
That'll be fine.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Culverts. Members of the committee, councillors, I speak to you this morning from Ōtepoti, Dunedin. My name is Chris Ford. I am the Regional Policy Advisor for DPA New Zealand and also the Acting Kaitui or Community Connector for DPA New Zealand Disabled Persons Assembly. I just want to state that no doubt councillors may have read the submission, but just very, very quickly, I just wish to just summarise what was written, and that in terms of our recommendations, firstly, we strongly recommended that the Wellington City Council incorporated its development contributions policy, a clause enabling council to incentivise the construction of universal design housing and public buildings within its boundaries commencing on the date when the policy takes effect. We also recommended that this could be done through discounted fees and charges, development fee rebates, capital charging rebates, rates rebates on properties for a set number of years after construction, any other tools that the WCC sees fit to utilise in order to increase the stock of universally designed dwellings and buildings in the Wellington area. We also recommended the development contributions be applied where aspects over and above universal design are incorporated into a build, such as, for example, the need to recognise costs associated with the construction of additional features that might include the addition of, for example, visual fire alarms for deaf and hard of hearing people and anything else required for people around other particular impairments. And we also made a fourth recommendation in that we recommended that any development contribution remissions are applied before any development contribution remissions are applied, that council should have, excuse me, an appropriate order to ascertain that the homes and buildings constructed meet universal standard design requirements and principles at both the design and completion stage. However, I have become aware, councillors, that there was a policy paper passed by council, and I see Councillor Matthews nodding her head there, an old friend of mine, Councillor Matthews, and a great ally of our community, the disability community, and I understand that that paper has been passed through council. I'm really wanting to say that that is a very promising development, and we look forward to seeing that progress. I'm very welcome to now take any questions from councillors. I have to say, by the way, I haven't looked fully at the paper. I've been quite busy with other things, but I was informed by a council officer of that paper having been passed through. But anyway, I now welcome any questions from councillors or comments.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. And we've got a couple of questions. We should have time for them. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Chris, lovely to see you as always. So that paper, I guess, we found that the development contributions was a difficult way to sort of try and, incentivise the kind of action we wanted. So that's why, and I thank Councillor Pannett for the work on that fund for accessibility. What else do you think we need to do? Because I feel like so much lies, I mean, I hate this line, but so much does lie with central government in terms of the building code. And I kind of feel like as a council, we're trying to pull all the levers we can, but, you know, or starting to, for universal design and accessible buildings. But it does seem a lot does sit with central government. And what's your comment about that?
Yes, it does. I have to say that the accessibility legislation, which is currently being drafted within the Ministry of Social Development, does offer some way out of that. But there are concerns that DPA does have about the government's current proposals around legislation, and that they sound rather weakened from what has been proposed by the Access Alliance and other organisations. That those are really legitimate concerns. And I think that the Wellington City Council could become a really effective ally in saying to government, strengthen this legislation, make sure that it's got teeth. We don't just want an advisory body to the minister, for example. We want an independent body that really has teeth, that can make not only just recommendations, but actually has the power to effect change, to enforce standards, to ensure that disabled people have a co-design role in making accessible change. And excuse me, I think that, yes, but I think that also the Wellington City Council can and should do as much as it can within its power to affect that. And I think that the Development Fund might be a good start in that direction.
Thank you, Chris. We've run out of time, but Councillor Panner, did you have a very quick question?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris. Chris, can I just quickly ask, of course, we'd be happy to help you lobby. What would be the most effective way for us to do that?
Well, I think obviously there is contact ministers. There'll be the select committee process coming up. I think you should do as much behind the scenes as you can with appropriate ministers, such as the Minister for Disability Issues, the Minister for Social Development, who is the same person, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloli, and also too with other government ministers, notably the Minister for Local Government, the Nanaia Mahuta, the Honourable Nanaia Mahuta, and others, and also officials as well, and making sure that the legislation which does emerge into the House is actually strengthened or becomes strengthened during the select committee process. I think that's really important, because I think that's absolutely crucial.
Thank you. And I just wouldn't want to do it wrong. We want to take the lead from the disabled community. Thank you very much.
That is excellent, Councillor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Chris, for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Calvert. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we're on to, and I did allow a little bit more time because it was sort of a broader opportunity to talk about access from an accessibility perspective. Now we're moving on to our council-controlled organisations. We've got roughly 10 minutes for them to present to us and for us to ask some questions. Can I ask my colleagues the questions that, because we have limited time, to keep the questions at quite a strategic level, and in terms, we're looking at Q2 or quarterly, the second quarter, and a lot has happened since then as well. So we will have an opportunity to talk with our CCOs in more depth next month when we're looking at their statements of intent, the next year's operating year. So first up, we have the Basin Reserve Trust. Welcome, Liz, and do we have the Chair, Alan, with us today?
No, Alan's an apology today, unfortunately.
Okay, all right, thank you. And welcome, Liz. The floor is yours.
Yeah, kia ora, everyone. It's a coincidence that I'm in green today, so I'm not Irish, but I am flying the Irish flag today in support. So yeah, I'm on my first day off in about 3.5 weeks. We're obviously in the middle of executing a Cricket World Cup at the Basin at the which is all very exciting. But I guess for Q2 for the trust, it reflects a challenging year to date, given the volatile nature of the current reality that we're all living through with this global pandemic. So Q2 and 3 are, I guess, the key activity periods for the trust. They're reflecting domestic, international cricket functions and other ad hoc events when we could fit them in this year. I'm not sure if any of you have been down to the venue in the last week or so, but it's looking fantastic thanks to Warwick and his team. Most of the capital works have been completed now with new embankment toilets, a media box and perimeter fencing all completed. So the venue is probably looking the best it ever has, and it's still reflecting that sort of heritage nature as well. So from a Q2 performance point of view, cricket events were slightly down on our target just due to the changing nature of COVID and border restrictions in Auckland, meaning that cricket, the domestic cricket calendar had to change accordingly. Other sports events, given that we're hosting a Cricket World Cup, this year was a unique one in the sense that we couldn't host most of the other sporting events that we normally do in a BAU year. Community events, we were lucky enough to host the Cricket Wellington Junior Field Day, which went off well given COVID restrictions at the time as well. And we're on track in terms of practice facility usage and functions has exceeded our target due to other facilities for black and gold under construction. So that's been a positive for the trust. I guess the highlights year to date, we have announced Cello as the new naming rights partner, and the venue's dressed accordingly, which looks great. Definitely adds a level of professionalism to the Basin, which is a nice touch. As I've already mentioned, we're in the middle of executing the Women's Cricket World Cup. We've had 2 matches to date. Sunday was an absolute success. We had just under 1,800 people in the venue. It looked a lot more than that on TV. I've had a few comments and a few eyebrows raised, but however, the old pavilion stand and RA Advanced stand weren't in use due to ICC restrictions as well. So we've got 5 to go. We finished with a semi-final on the 30th. So the feedback to date has been fantastic as well, from the teams and from everyone using the venue as well. So that's been a nice positive touch as well. With the completion of the capital works, we're obviously now a fully connected venue as well. Since the toilet blocks have been upgraded, we're now able to offer that free Wi-Fi to users of the venue, which is also great. As mentioned, we've completed the key capital works, and we're now in a process of just finalising what comes up next in terms of the off-season for the remaining capital works as well. Some guess is that the New Zealand Cricket Museum is officially opened. We did want to host an official opening evening, however that got put to the side given the move to alert level red. So we held a series of small evenings with about 20 to 30 guests, which was a real success as well. So unfortunately, the museum's been mothballed a little bit given COVID restrictions and the fact that we can only open on every Cricket World Cup event day. So the operational side of the museum will start to kick into gear in April as well. So we're looking forward to that. Otherwise, it's another successful domestic cricket season, strong attendance throughout Super Smash as well, and we've just recently launched the Basin Reserve lawn seed in partnership with Tui. So if anyone has any lawn, make sure you're going out and buying some Basin Reserve lawn seed in Mitre 10 stores nationwide. I guess the future outlook, I'm not sure if any of you would have been aware yesterday, but Bears the Basin was cancelled. That was due to be held on April 9. It was just too difficult under the current restrictions. So we're now turning our attention to executing that event in November and hopefully aligning with the RADA promotions in terms of another event as well in March 2023. We're working closely with Warwick and his team in terms of the next capital project. So picket fence upgrade, storage facility between the cage and old pavilion, development of broadcast tower design concepts, development of library concept in the old pavilion stand, RA Advanced exterior painting and advancement of 24/7 access and lighting. And also we're in the process of the building signage as well in terms of the bilingual aspects. We're looking forward to a full season of junior winter sport, corporate cricket fixtures in April, and obviously black and gold events and functions continuing as well. Excitingly, I guess, in the execution of the Statement of Intent for the Basin Reserve Trust, the trustees are fully in behind the Māori strategic integration and working closely with the Rainbow Advisory Group regarding that engagement. So attention will turn to that come April, May, and we're very excited around what potential that has for the trust as well. Obviously, we lost the Black Caps Test match in February. That was really disappointing, again, due to COVID. We're working closely with New Zealand Cricket with regards to securing content for the 2022-23 season. England are due to tour in February, so we're really hopeful that we'll get one of those 2 tests, which will be fantastic for the city itself. And we're also working closely with the stadium regarding the other white ball games, with Sri Lanka and India also touring. And again, just wanted to touch on the fact that there's been really positive engagement with Wellington City Council and the CCO group regarding recovery post-COVID-19, and we'll be aligning closely with the LTP process as well. So I guess the financial forecast is probably on everyone's mind at the moment across the CCO group, and we've had positive engagement to date with the council, which has been really good. But I guess for the trust, at the conclusion of Q2, we did a reforecast. We are looking at a deficit of around 250K. That will obviously grow now with the loss of the Bears at the Basin event yesterday. Key headlines around that deficit position is obviously the loss of revenue from event hire, so the test match as previously spoken about, and the loss of the Bears at the Basin. Inability to host a concert in April due to Bears at the Basin, so we've lost that window, even though Bears at the Basin has been cancelled as well. We've secured the naming rights sponsor, so we've had to obviously expense a few costs around upgrading the network and signage as well, and then just expenditure relating to the development of the broadcast tower concepts as well. We secured a grant for the Cricket World Cup for the build of the media box, small but a contribution nonetheless, and we've had unbudgeted building washes that has originally been planned in the asset management plan. So we're working through that with Warwick and Anna at the moment, and then just general maintenance costs relating to the old pavilion stand, which is obviously a new building that's come online. So forecasted year-end position is challenging, but unbudgeted expenditure reflects key investment for the trust as well. There is significant risk that remains around events and ongoing COVID-19 interruption, and with Q3 financial performance to capture, we'll be using that to capture the lost revenue from not hosting a test match in February, and obviously now Bears at the Basin as well. So that's a quick summary, I guess, of where we're at year to date. Largely positive. We're in a really exciting period, I guess, with the event side of things with the World Cup, and we now turn our attention to securing events for 2022-23 and navigating our way through the financial position as well. So I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor Young.
I think I'm about to sneeze, but here goes. So Liz, thank you for that. You mentioned that due to ICC restrictions, you couldn't use the 2 stands. What are the restrictions?
It's a fascinating one. The ICC have quite a lot of red tape, so they're obviously trying to protect their broadcast team. They're trying to protect the teams as well that are using those facilities. So they're trying to keep the general public away from key areas of high foot traffic. So that's why those two stands look relatively empty on the weekend.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that. So are you saying that the broadcasting teams are in those stands?
Yes, yeah. So in the RA Advance, there's all the media boxes. It's where radio, where TV sits. So there's quite a lot of foot traffic going up and down, and they obviously are in really tight biosecurity bubbles. So the public weren't allowed access into those stands.
So is that a COVID thing, or not?
Yes, yeah, it's a COVID thing. Yeah, very tight biosecurity rules around the players and the
okay,
event
no,
team.
if it's COVID related, I understand. If it was general, I'd be
not normal. No, not normally.
So the other question is, did you have any effects from the protests? I know protesters, the ones down at Parliament, because I know they were hanging around Government House.
Yes, we alerted Anna and Barbara early on in the piece just around some of the social media commentary around the fact that Government House is very close to the Basin. Nothing eventuated. However, on Sunday, we did have some protest activity. The police were very quick to stamp it out, but it was very minimal in the end. But they did want to drive around the Basin and toot, thinking that it would disrupt the event itself, which it had very minimal impact on. So they were moved on very quickly.
So the grass or the lawn or whatever you call it, turf, wasn't touched?
wasn't touched. They didn't step foot inside the venue. And leading into the event, we had 24/7 security that was brought forward upon conversations with Barbara and Anna themselves, so which was very much appreciated.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's terrific.
Thank you. A question, Liz. I know in the report that at the end of Q2, which is a long way away now, that you were indicating a year-end deficit of 200 to 250. Are you still tracking that, or is that going to be higher or lower, do you think, or is it just
no, we're still tracking to around the 250 mark. We made the decision as a trust to not continue with a second building wash for the World Cup, which is around about a 30k cost, which will now factor in the Bears of the Basin loss as well. So we are still tracking to between that 200 to 250k loss.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Are there any other questions of Liz? Thank you, Liz. Thank you for a very comprehensive summary. I know it's been a very busy time for you in particular, with what's been going on and having to adapt very quickly to the changing environment. So pass on our thanks to your team.
Thanks very much, and hopefully we'll see most of you around the Basin with the remaining Cricket World Cup games. Exciting times.
Okay,
thanks very much. Bye. Bye.
Right. Okay. Now we have Pūroro Sanctuary, or Zealandia, more commonly known. Dr. Danielle Shanahan and Philip Mayer, I believe we have also here. So over to you, Danielle.
Excellent. Thank you, Tēnā koutou, councillors. I wonder whether it's possible to share my screen. I do have some photos that would give you a dose of nature, but it appears to be disabled. If not, that's fine. But
give that one another go, Danielle.
Yep. There we go. Fabulous. Thank you. Is that working for you? Lovely. Right, so actually, first to kick off, I'll hand over to Philip, who is going to give you a bit of a brief on the overall position.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Danielle, and thank you, councillors, for your time today and for all you do for the city. Very much appreciated. Just a quick overview of the position at Zealandia. Our balance sheet and the general business continues to be in good condition, notwithstanding the circumstance, the trading environment that we're all suffering under at the moment. We're contemplating that revenue will be softer for longer, and we've built that into our budget and our plans. We have plenty of cash at the bank at the moment, and we're focusing particularly on our uncommitted working capital, but it's adequate for now. And so we're just watching that very closely, as we are our expenses, and we're just managing it very carefully through this sensitive period where there's a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace. But despite the reduced revenue, our cost to income ratio is being maintained under 65%, which is very good. The team is working very well. Morale on the team is very good, and we've just completed or almost completed our annual strategy review, and the outlook is very positive, and it'll probably be more positive with the opening up of the borders and more international visitors coming forward. Tanglewood House construction cost has been confirmed by our quantity surveyor, and we have that fully funded. The board is also assisting the senior management team with a fundraising appeal, and early responses are very positive indeed, and it's a pleasure to work with them on that to supplement our revenue at this difficult time. So that's a brief overview. It's all in good condition, and the board and the management team are working well together through this difficult period. So I'll pass back to Danielle.
Thank you, Phil. And yeah, so we have seen fluctuation in visitor numbers, of course, across the last couple of years, as has everyone. Zealandia has really taken this opportunity, and I wanted to put these figures up because it really highlights that focus on our Wellington members, the people who live locally, who are joining us en masse, if you will. So I guess over the last year, we've seen massive increase in the number of members engaged with Zealandia from about 11,000 to 18,500 people. So we're tracking well in that respect. looking after our local people is front of mind, particularly as we actually start to open up those borders again. That needs to remain a key focus for us. So we do remain well placed to welcome back our international visitors, and obviously now we're going to be planning in earnest for that summer season in particular. We're still sitting at number 2 on TripAdvisor, which I think you know, it's one of those things that I guess highlights that this is a place to visit, a place to come, and a place to engage with nature. From a valley perspective, things are looking incredibly healthy at the moment. We, of course, last year undertook an incredibly large project to remove over 20,000 perch from the lower reservoir, and those perch were predating on our native fish and on each other, of course. But what we're seeing now is that awa, that river, that lake coming back to life. So we're seeing tuna, we're seeing banded cockapoo, which is really exciting and gives us a good outlook for the future. I wanted to highlight this slide because, of course, in conservation, not everything is easy. And one of the things that Zealandia is incredibly good at is being right at the cutting edge of the science. We do challenging things. We don't just take the easy path. Hihi, which, of course, has our beautiful Wellington colours. They are a challenging species to look after. This year, we've seen a very low number of fledglings emerge from nests. But we are leading the charge alongside the Zoological Society of London, the Department of Conservation. I'm really trying to figure out how to do conservation even better for the species. There's only 7 sites across Aotearoa with this species present, and we are perhaps one of the most intensively managed, you know, where we look very closely at what's going on. So what we learn here informs what happens elsewhere and enables other sites to do even better as well. Having those volunteers within our Wellington community, that location close to a major centre, really enables this kind of work to go forward and has a huge national and international impact. So I was just really keen to highlight, even when things are more challenging, we use that opportunity to learn as much as possible, partner internationally, and get great outcomes for conservation. Looking forward, we continue our focus on water at the moment, on wetlands. So, you know, looking into the future at climate change, one of the things we need to be making sure is that we're bringing back key functional groups into our ecosystem. So there's a species that have a big impact on making sure things are healthy and well. Kākahi, freshwater mussels, is one of those. And we're partnering with our mana whenua, particularly Taranaki whānui in this particular instance, to bring more of these individuals back into our upper reservoir. These guys are critically important. They filter water, they improve water quality, and ultimately in the future that can help create a more resilient ecosystem. Now, I just also wanted to mention a real key focus for us at Zealandia is our people, and we have some amazing people, as I know all our CCOs do. You know, we attract people who have strong values, who really associate with that environmental cause, with the social outreach we do. And Therese McLeod, pictured down there in the lower left-hand corner, is an example of that. Therese this year has been nominated for Wellingtonian of the Year in the environment category. So we're incredibly proud of our people. We focus on looking after them, and they are what creates our success for the future. Finally, we of course continue that reaching beyond the fence, that outlook across the city. Our key outreach project is our Sanctuary to See Kia Mauri Ora Te Kaiwharawhara, and you've been hearing about this over the last while as well, I'm sure. But this, of course, we've just recruited a couple of new people into that team after some turnover, and now we're looking to really grow that every business restoring nature work that we've been focusing on for a while. So that's a glimpse of what's happened and what's going forward. So happy to take any questions at that point.
Yes, we've got a question, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Danielle and Philip. My question is around the Sanctuary to See project, and I just wondered if you could speak to the financial support or forecasting for that kind of project, and if so, what you're looking to Wellington City Council to do to provide you that extra support.
Yes, certainly. We haven't extended any particular requests beyond our standard operating budgets. We currently received, we put in a grant application from the Stout Trust late last year, and so that's currently helping support that project. And we are looking to our Wellington community, our wider Wellington community, to continue supporting that. We actually have, we also have a partnership with Centreport, interestingly, that is supporting the more general Sanctuary to Sea project. So they are key partners in actually landing that Every Business Restoring Nature work. They have huge connections and huge influence through that community. So that's where at this point, as we grow that project, we will be looking to our wider community to seek greater funding for that initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So just, I've heard on the radio quite a few advertisements for asking for donations to support Zealandia, and yet the finances seem to be in reasonably good shape. So is that just an opportunity to take advantage of cheap advertising, or what? And how's it?
So, I mean, I guess in terms of managing any business, we currently have very, very low visitor numbers, and we're extremely focused on ensuring we remain in a very positive financial position into the future. So the reality is, you know, if you head into our cafe at the moment, there are very few people on the seats. And so this appeal is to support our foundation work. So we do an annual appeal, so it fits in with that sequence anyway. But this is it is key right now to get further revenue through the door. This is part of our strategy.
Sure, and I live in Mount Victoria, and when I was a child here, there were no native birds, and now I have tui, lots of tui kaka, and that is because of Zealandia. So thank you for that.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Phil and Danielle. Just one question, if I can, and that's in relation to Centreport, as they're planning, obviously, well, they and Kiwi Rail planning the ferry development. I just want to check you're well engaged with that and you're comfortable with how that's looking, particularly in terms of the stream mouth.
I'm absolutely thrilled at how well engaged we are. We have great connections with both Kiwi Rail and Centreport, and they're both actively involved in our Every Business Restoring Nature plus our broader Sanctuary to Sea work. So we've actually been working with them along the way to look at what opportunities there might be, and they are coming through in the plans that are emerging. So I'm really excited. This sort of marks a kind of different way of doing business, and Wellington can be an incredible leader in that.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Danielle, just to well, CCOs are looking at probably all deficits at the year end, and I know there's a note that you still even with your fundraising probably still expect to be in deficit. Have you got any indication of what that might be now, bearing in mind we're nearly 3 months after the last quarter too?
Yeah, we have marked up a deficit in our quarterly report, but we are having to reforecast right now based on the announcement yesterday. So at this point, it's a challenging question to answer based on that. That's fine.
No, we'll wait till next time. When you said the announcement yesterday, what was that?
Sorry, the borders out. Not yesterday.
Oh, the borders being open.
A couple of days ago, the borders opening. Yeah, and I suspect that we might see more confidence, and I don't know. I mean, you will probably have as good a prediction as mine in terms of how confident the door going to places and venues.
Yeah, okay.
But we're working on that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps I could just add to Danielle's comments there, Councillor Calvert, on the question of deficit, and perhaps referring back to Councillor Young's comments about the fundraising appeal. We take a look ahead approach on this. We don't wait for the problem to come and hit us and then say we need some fundraising. So we're looking ahead and we're contemplating, as I said, softer revenues for longer. Now, it might be better than our base business case, but at the minute, if we were to, we look like it'll be a deficit this year. This will be after 6 years of surpluses. So our balance sheet is fine. The real focus is the working capital that's unallocated, as we call it. And that's the area that we're focused on. But look, it's all in good shape, and we can give you confidence that all of the risks around the financials are being handled well.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and it's certainly not. My question was certainly not seen as a criticism. It's just about understanding the picture that we have to, as a council, allow for as we plan the overall finances. So, but thank you for the work that you're doing and the proactive approach to bridging the gap. So I don't see any other questions. So thank you both for your time. Good to see everyone in good heart. Congratulations, Danielle, on your other appointments, as well noted in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We now have the Wellington cable car. And we have we got Caesar there and David to the chair.
Yeah, kia ora everybody. Great to see you all, and good to be here in a different role. So nice to see you. I am of course going to hand over to Caesar to go for a brief presentation with you. But perhaps just to, it's a very, very challenging world for the finances of the cable car at the moment, with the missing international visitors. So the news yesterday gives us some hope for the year ahead, and I think there really is light at the end of our actual tunnel now. So we're excited by that. Caesar's going to talk you through some of the initiatives we've had to get more Wellingtonians on the cable car during these challenging times, and also some of the preparation we've been doing to make sure the cable car is well ready for when those visitors do return in bigger numbers. So I'll hand over to Caesar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Oh, Mayor Foster, you've really got a question.
He'll have to wait to the end if he has one.
I'm going to wait till I
yours, Caesar.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Look, as David mentioned, we're going to have a quick chat about our passenger numbers. We have reforecasted. It was at the end of Q2. But like most things, we are during these periods, as soon as you reforecast, you're already proven wrong. So I'll share where we are with that. Touch base on some of the key initiatives out of Q2, and then a little bit further, such as the Bark and Ride, supporting other CCO whānau, our birthday and bird strike mitigation project, which has been really exciting and has had a little bit of airtime. And I'll finish off with an update on the seismic strengthening of our tunnel. But I thought I'd start with just a comparison. If you cast your minds back to December 2019, that was probably our last month before COVID became entrenched in our vocabulary. The middle part of this graph is December 2020. New Zealand was solely reliant on domestic tourism, but Auckland was open. And finally, 2021, on the right side of this graph, New Zealand is still reliant on domestic tourism, but at this point, Auckland and Northland are closed. So you see that from 19 to 20, we observed about a 60% decline in business, a further 30% from 20 to 21. So we can actually quantify that Auckland market represents about 30% of our business during these times. And it's an overall 70% reduction. And that's consistent with what we see on our visitor numbers. 1.2 million was when we peaked at the end of the 2019 financial year. And at our reforecast at the end of Q2, we were estimating that we will reach about 330,000 passengers. And thanks to a strong January and February, we're now estimating that we'll get to about 360. So it goes to show how exposed the cable car is to what is going on. And I'll echo what David said, that the announcements in the last couple of days do make the light at the end of the tunnel a little bit bigger and a little bit brighter. And I'll touch base on it, but it is now going to be a seismically strengthened tunnel. So we're all very excited for that too. One of the key initiatives to really open up the green space at the Botanic Gardens and also attract maybe passengers that hadn't considered going to the cable car was being the Bark and Ride trial, which took place in November, was made a permanent feature in December. And since then, we've welcomed over 800 dog trips. Now, these are perhaps people that may not have travelled on the cable car, people who are moving into the CBD area, but now they have a really good alternative to access green space around the Botanic Gardens and other places. We've also continued to enjoy a really amazing relationship with all of the other CCOs, including Experience Wellington. And in November, we installed this panel at the Kelburn terminal to really highlight the amazing work that's been done at Space Place and just give some additional coverage to that. What you don't see on the other side is there's some additional advertising installed for Hilma, which also proved to be quite successful. But the real highlight of the last couple of months has been working on our birthday. It was really unfortunate that the day that we launched was when the protests started to escalate at Parliament, and it kind of drowned out our good news. But nevertheless, we are celebrating 120 years. We produced 1,500 specially designed and marked chocolate bars in collaboration with the Chocolate Factory, and have hidden 120 golden tickets. And so far, I think about 50 out of the 120 have already been claimed. And I think I just wanted to take this opportunity, especially to the other CCOs here who have supported us in donating prizes. We're very fortunate to be able to collect over $6,000 in prizes that we're given out as golden tickets are won and redeemed. Now, if the Wellington weather played ball with us, I would have a very different picture here. But unfortunately, due to the rain and the wind over the last few days, the finish of the installation has been slightly delayed. We're hopeful that it'll be done by early next week. But this is about 18 months worth of work in collaboration with the Urban Wildlife Trust, and also very appreciative to the support from Karen and the Wellington Zoo. But this is the combination of the bird strike mitigation project. So being glass, birds don't necessarily see the window. They don't see it as a solid object. They fly straight through it, and most of them perish. So what we're doing is we're installing these tiny little dots. And I share this picture because the whole top part where the person on the high vis is standing has already been installed. They're about 10 mil dots, and it's just sufficiently spaced apart so the birds do see it as a solid surface and hopefully don't fly into it. It's been a fantastic initiative. We are the first commercial building in New Zealand to adopt this, and we're very excited to not report or actually not have to deal with bird strikes. And as Danielle said, you know, us living with nature, because of the amazing work that these conservation groups are doing, we have a lot more tui, we have a lot more keriru kaka around us, and this is our way to support that ongoing conservation effort. Finally, just a quick update. We have released our request for tender. We are working with 2 interested parties at this point. Tenders are closing at the end of this month and will be evaluated at the beginning of the next month, and hopefully looking to award contract and begin work by July, August. Some of the work will coincide with our annual maintenance shutdown. And you may recall from the last couple of years, it's anywhere between 1 to 2 weeks, our annual maintenance shutdown. This year, it may be around 2 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, depending on how much of the drilling we can get done during that period. Everything is really lining up to make sure that by the time November comes around, the site's returned as is, the tunnels are strengthened, and we can be in the best place possible to welcome summer tourists back into Wellington. And fingers crossed, some boats back into the harbour, and we can once again start to host them in our little cable car. that is all I have for the time being, but welcome any questions.
Thank you, Caesar. Now, Mayor Foster, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Caesar and David, thank you for all you're doing. And I know it's been really trying circumstances, but thank you for all those initiatives that you're taking. The one question I have is, given the government's announcement the other day around public transport fare support, I know that cable car is not part of the normal system, but is there an opportunity there? Is the cable car eligible for any assistance in that line? And also, you might want to reflect a little bit also on the 3-month pass that you've initiated as well, and how that plays with the government's announcement.
No, thanks for that, Mayor Foster. Look, I'll start with the latter question first. So one of the things we have just launched and didn't make it into the highlight reel just yet is a 3-month unlimited pass for the cable car, specifically targeted to commuters and to students who use the cable car frequently. It's priced at incredibly sharp rate, and it is the cheapest and most efficient way to use it. If I go back to your first question, Mayor Foster, there is absolutely some opportunity. I have been in touch with NZTA thus far. There is a cabinet paper, there is a paper going to the minister today, which we were fortunate enough to be able to submit 4 bullet points in support of the case for the cable car to be also included into this proposal. Initially, the line was drawn at any organisation that's currently contracted in the PT scheme, which we are not, but we are working to be able to maximise our chances to slide in there and take advantage of that as well.
Thank you. Good luck, and please keep us posted.
Will do. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So thank you, Caesar. I'm trying to see where you are on my screen. There you are. So just about the bark and ride. So do the dogs have to pay? I mean, not the dogs. Does dog owners have to pay?
There is a $2 dog ticket, yes, and that generally goes to support making sure that we have the adequate resources in case we have an accident, which we've had a handful.
I hope it literally wasn't a handful. So do the dogs all have to be in the same part, or are they all over the cable car?
No, good question. Look, we ask all dogs to ride on the lower landing, and that does 2 things. If someone's not particularly comfortable around dogs, they can ride on the other part of the cable car, and also it allows us to keep any fur and dander in one part, which we clean twice a day. So people with allergies, they're also able to ride on the top half and not be inconvenienced.
Okay, thank you. So the other thing is, I mean, since you took over the cable car, its personality profile has increased dramatically. I'm thinking of the lighting, the bark and ride, just generally. I mean, I don't know how you managed to achieve giving a personality to a transport system, but I just like to say I think it's fantastic. Has it had any effect? I know, I suppose it's hard to tell because of these dreadful times for you, but has the public reacted at all to your knowledge?
Oh, that's a hard question. I'd like to say that we're a lot more open with our community, especially our Calvin and Pūroro residents. I'd like to say that we respond to questions quickly and in an open and frank manner. So I would say yes.
Yeah, well, I think you're doing a great job. So anyway, thank you.
All right, and Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Caesar and David, and I wholly definitely support the remarks that Councillor Young has just made. It's quite remarkable what cable car is pulling out to really, develop a personality in our capital beyond the already amazing personality it had. So thank you for that. You're pushing the limits. I just wanted to, my question was around your team well-being over the last few months, and how have you managed to sustain trips? I noted you only lost one, I think, in the report, but just would like a bit of an update on the last few months.
Absolutely. Look, notwithstanding and acknowledging the difficult times, the team is fatigued, the team is tired, but they are incredibly resilient, and we are definitely trying to keep supporting their ongoing well-being. And I touch wood, cross legs, cross hairs, whatever I can, but so far we've been very fortunate to have very minimum impact due to Omicron, and have been able to keep an incredibly reliant service to Wellingtonians. We're working, like every other CCO, Councillor Foon, to have protocols in place to make sure that they're safe. And these are people that are interacting with, you know, in better time, thousands of passengers a day. At the moment, maybe hundreds of passengers a day, and still, you know, have some kind of personality and hosting them when they come on the cable car. So I think we are all deserving of a bit of an outing once all this is behind us, and enjoy a little bit of downtime before, fingers crossed, borders open and some tourists return to the city towards the end of the year.
Thank you. And look, I think we particularly appreciate the difficulty the cable car has been through with the loss of visitors, and we've been particularly impressed with how the cable car has looked at different ways to extend its reach out to Wellingtonians. So, and just echoing other councillors' comments, knowing that this is a big toll on the organisation and the team, but we just want to say thank you once again for what you're doing, and we'll be there to support the cable car for another 120 years, I hope.
Oh, thanks for the kind words, Councillor Culbert.
Okay.
So thank you. We'll let you get back to your day job. All right. So I did note that I forgot to mention that we've got morning tea scheduled roughly around 11 o'clock. You might have seen that in your run sheets. We're tracking about 15 minutes, slightly behind. So is everyone comfortable about a morning tea break about 11, or do you want one sooner? Just, what was that, Councillor Foon? Time out now? Could we just go through what?
I won't explain why.
Okay, well, do you want a quick 5-minute break, or do you want to go straight to morning tea?
Look, we'll just go straight to morning tea rather than sort
okay.
of double dipping.
All right, well, we will take a short break for 10 minutes. So if everyone can be back for 10:37 roughly, so that we can get started promptly. And that means that our other CCOs, please just take the opportunity to take a 10-minute break as well. Thank you. Hi, welcome back, everyone. Just seeing who's, I think, Emily, Haydee, we got a quorum?
We do have a number of quorum with the councillors in the room, but not everyone has their camera on.
Okay, so if you're back, councillors, you could, Mayor, you could put your camera on, just to make sure that we know who's there. Have we got enough visible?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right, well, we'll get started. I'm not sure. I have got my audio on at the moment, and there is somebody with a chainsaw next door, so I hope that's not coming through. So I'll try not to be distracted by it. So look, we now have the Wellington Museums Trust Experience Wellington. Welcome Dr. Sarah Rushholm and Jane Wrightson, and the floor's yours.
Ngā mihi mahana o te wā kia tātou. I just want to make a couple of early points before handing over to Dr. Rushholm, who'll give you the substantive part of our presentation. Obviously, Experience Wellington has the same challenges regarding revenue and visitation as our CCO colleagues. And I've been really pleased to see that the chief executives of all the CEOs have been in regular discussion over this difficult time and supporting each other. So I thought I'd bring that to your attention, because this kind of collaboration and sharing of pain and pleasure is a wonderful thing. From our perspective, obviously we're coming to the end of the glorious Hilma af Klint exhibition. Despite pandemic and protests, we've hit 54,000 visitors so far and climbing. And this really does show the power of investment in the arts to keep our city colourful and alive during times that have been a little problematic for us all. I'd also like to bring to your attention the gratitude that our board expressed at its meeting yesterday to our visitor services team, and want to acknowledge them, who are also working very diligently across pandemic and protests. It's interesting to note that we've only had to close for 2 nights at one of our 5 institutions across this whole period. And this is despite increasing levels of COVID and isolation hitting our workforce like everybody else. This is due to our visitor services team's deep customer care and passion for their work, and their willingness to help each other across all our institutions. This is where the power of the collective becomes really important for us. And of course, we're looking forward to your feedback on our draft SOI, as we at this meeting are just talking about Q2, and already we're thinking about, Q6, 7, 8 and 9 over the next coming months. So without further ado, thank you for your time, and I'll pass over to Sarah.
Morena tātou. Just want to
Sarah,
check that.
Sarah, just to note, I see you've got about 12 slides on your presentation. If just be conscious of the time that we've got.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm gonna whip through some of them. Just little tasters.
Thank you.
So, Morena tātou, thank you so much for your time this morning. Just a quick overview of our Q2 results. Our visitation over this period is I think all of our metrics, we are hitting all of our metrics, and our revenue is looking better than we forecast initially. But I have to say that in a normal year, Experience Wellington would welcome just over 800,000 visitors. And this year, we are predicting that number will probably be in the high 300,000s. Normally, Experience Wellington, our visitor makeup is a third international, a third national, and then a third local/regional. So you can see the impacts of those national lockdowns. You can see the impacts of that complete absence of international visitors. And for us, that hesitancy about coming into the city centre is really impacting not just our visitor numbers, but then all the things that flow on from that, our revenue from venue hire, our revenue from retail, etc. So just talking about a few highlights. Under our strategic co-enriching lives, our children's art exhibition, which was in Te Wheke at Wellington Museum. This was a partnership with our sister city over in Japan, where we asked children and young people across Wellington to really to explore and to draw for us their impressions of Wellington and why it was important for them as a home. That show was at the museum for a month, but now it's over in Japan, and so the children from schools over there are able to share in the impressions and the thoughts of children from our city. Often I think a lot of those images were drawn during lockdown, so you can imagine the stories that they tell, and great to be making those connections and thinking about Wellington on that international stage, even though we can't reach out in person. Another big achievement for us over the last few months has been Te Whanganui Tara. I know some councillors have seen this. This is a carpet installation on the ground floor of the museum. This is a high-res image of aerial view of Wellington. It is a fantastic tool for teaching. Visitors adore it. I'm fully anticipating having to fill in some instant reports because people are so fixated on what's happening underneath their feet and looking down that they're going to be walking into the pillars, which on the ground floor of the museum. But again, just thinking about the investment in the museum and putting Wellington centre stage, as you can see, putting Wellington on the map. As Jane said, Hilma is an extraordinary highlight for us. We've had 54,000 people through the door. We've achieved over $300,000 in retail sales because of the amazing work our commercial team have done. But the thing about Hilma is we've leveraged off it. So you can see here just the range of programming that a show like Hilma enables us. Music, well-being, drawing, panels, curator tours. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've had over 1,000 school children through in spite of extremely stringent ministry regulations. And we've achieved that by combining online and on-site experiences. And the other thing that we're super proud of is Home is Where the Art Is at Play HQ and Capital E. This essential service for families in the CBD, we've been able to restart our daily programming in Play HQ, welcoming children for daily yoga, mindfulness, craft, art and science experiences, making sure we're giving families those opportunities to connect and to have some respite during the pandemic. Mahi Tahi, as you know, is an important strategic focus for Experience Wellington. We've been working with the Takatupui team at Council, and thank you, Councillor O'Neill, for that connection. And during Pride, we worked with Council to fly the Pride Progress flag over the museum. And we've teamed that with a whole range of rainbow programming and queer people of colour events across our sites. Embracing Te Ao Māori, we are just absolutely stoked to announce Afamai Reynolds in our senior Māori leadership role, joined us last month. Her mihi, a very small, very informal mihi at the museum, was fantastic to be part of. And that Māori leadership now, that voice around our leadership table, is going to be really key for us to be aligning with Council's 10-year Māori partnership strategy and working very closely with Karipa and his team on that. And the Navigator Show, I know councillors have been to see this, and I'm just delighted to announce that we have just yesterday sold our first licence for the show. It'll be screening up at Stardome in Auckland, celebrating that Wellington creativity, working with Island Productions, working with Dusk, and really making sure that investment we made in local creative digital talent is going to be seen not just around Aotearoa, but we're negotiating with Planetary internationally as well on that. And just finally, Experience Wellington flourishes. We do so much work in this space, and one of the things that we're really proud of in Q2 was our partnership with Sustainable Coastlines New Zealand. And since 2019, we've worked with them, and we've pulled 2 tons of rubbish out of Wellington waterfront, and over 100 people helped us to achieve that. just around Christmas. Looking ahead, obviously we've got the Up Forward programme at the gallery, which has been set out now for the next year plus. Glenn Hayward, his first major survey show will be hosted by the gallery soon. Glenn Hayward will be is working on the next sculpture, which is going to be installed on the waterfront on Kumatoto Plaza. And Joanna Margaret Paul, in partnership with the Dunedin Public Art Gallery and Sargent, her show will be coming to us soon. And as Jane said, keeping our staff and visitors safe among COVID-19, so proud of the way our team is pulling together to mitigate the impact of Omicron and the impact of the protests. The long tail of the pandemic will be important for us. So we are making every dollar count, but the impact of rising costs is a very, very real thing for us. As I've mentioned with our online and in-person experiences, finding creative ways to engage with Wellingtonians, meeting them where they are and finding that real local feedback on our work, working with council on our draft SOI. And again, we've been really stoked to be collaborating with our CCO partners, but also the strategy team within council, council's Rainbow Group, and also the Maori engagement team to make sure that that SOI really aligns with the work that we're doing across our council and CCO whānau. And of course, leveraging our CCO whānau, we're heavily involved in Te Matapihi. The museum strengthening project, we're still waiting to hear on the geotechnical results for the waterfront, and funding for learning and programs. That 500k that we access via CNZ for the National Theatre for Children, the 360k we leverage from the Ministry of Education for our learning programs, are all a huge part of the power that we bring to support and enrich the city at the moment. So that's it for me. This is just a shot of our seasons, which is a National Theatre for Children show, which toured nationally just before Omicron hit. And at the moment we're working on Kiwi Moon, and that show will be produced digitally and then will appear in our festival next year. So kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Foon, you've got a question?
Thank you, Sarah, and for having such a broad range of operations within the Wellington Experience portfolio, Experience Wellington portfolio. You know, that's a mighty outcome. I guess just top of mind, what is keeping you awake at night at the moment?
Primarily, it's keeping our people safe. Of my about 150 staff, around half of those are visitor facing. A big chunk of those visitor facing staff are students, and we can see that Omicron is just ripping through that student population in Wellington at the moment. So it's making sure that our staff are safe, making sure that we are managing and mitigating their anxiety, and absolutely just bringing the highest standards to our health, safety and wellbeing practices.
Thank you. I've got a question just in terms of the City Gallery, and you mentioned some upcoming exhibitions. So you have a full program scheduled for the rest of the year, do you?
Yeah, so for the next 12 months, our program is blocked out, and there's always negotiations and things happening for the program into the future as well.
Okay. And how's Hilma of Clint tracking in terms of, I know you gave us some figures, so I haven't got those in front of me, but are you achieving the targets that you set?
So the targets that we set for Hilma of Clint were relatively conservative. We thought we based our assumptions on 40,000 people coming through the door. We've had 54,000 people through the door. Obviously not all of those are kind of full paying customers. Our retail has done very, very well. However, our venue hire it's not been possible to do our venue hire and the large scale programming that we wanted to do. We've done heaps of small scale programming. I think many of you have come along to some of the music and panel events and film events that we've held, but it's been sort of swings and roundabouts, I suppose, on that revenue generation side. One of the things that has been huge for us is that we have had to increase security. And so there's been additional costs for that because of the protests in Tanako Civic Square, because of the activity across the city. And we had to bring on, I think, between 20 and 20 new staff to deal with vaccine pass scanning, and working with staff at front of house to make sure that smooth passage of people into the building as the changes happened across the red traffic light setting, so that, tip the balance in a different way. So, I think there's definite pluses and minuses, but I'm just immensely proud of the way the team has pulled together. And as you know, our business services team absolutely prioritise keeping that show open across this extraordinary period in Wellington.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Jane, for the work you're doing. Just like for our other CCOs, we appreciate it's been a very testing time and a very uncertain time, and understanding what you've had to go through with the protest as well, and the impact, and knowing that you had an international art exhibition, having to make sure that was particularly kept safe as well. So thank you, and thank you for putting Wellington on the map as well. Thank you. All right. We next have Wellington NZ, the formal name, Wellington Regional Economic Development Agency Limited. Welcome, Tracy. Welcome, John.
Kia ora. Shall I just get into it?
Yes, let's get into it.
And I won't waste any time and take very much time. I just want to start by first of all, acknowledging councillors and also council staff, because gosh, this has been a hard start to the year for Wellington, and the council's leadership and hard work has played a huge part in getting us starting to feel like we're back on track. And the framing comment I want to make on behalf of our organisation is this is a really crucial period for focused effort around economic development. And although the year has started with some really significant challenges for many of the businesses in our city, I think there's reason to be optimistic now. And we've got a lot of significant initiatives either underway or planned to help with that. And just with those opening words, I think I want to hand the floor to John so we can spend as much time of the time as possible just talking you through what's going on, and then leaving time for your questions. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. As Tracy's just said, it's been tough in Wellington. We know it's been tough in Wellington, and the first couple of slides that you'll see in the pack, I'm not going to go through it, demonstrate how tough it has been. If you go back and compare visitor spend in the city in the week ending 27 February with the period in 2019 before COVID, we're down 23%, and that's about fifth worst of the performing. It's not on that slide actually, the stat, but nonetheless, it's about the fifth worst performing of any region in the country. Having said that, as Tracy quite properly did, and we all understand the reasons for it, there are very significant reasons for optimism. And obviously the decision to open the borders and to allow international visitors back to our city is a key indicator of that brighter future. If you think about, again, 2019, Australian visitors spent $266 million in our city. 247,000 of them visited, and about 156,000 of those came through Wellington International Airport. So the transformative power of that single decision, if we're able to capture our share of that market, and that'll take a bit of time because I suspect a lot of them will go to Queenstown for skiing in the first instance, but nonetheless, when we capture our share of that market, that's spending that will be back in our hospitality sector, back in our retail sector, back in our accommodation sector, back in our events sector, all of the sectors that have been hammered by COVID restrictions and by the protest. So there really is a sense of optimism. And we have been in the market in Australia for a while now with our Welcome Matt campaign that I think many of you will have seen the first time it went round. We used it for the bubble. And we thought it was so damn good that we didn't jettison it when the bubble was closed. We kept it and we are repurposing it for the reactivation of the market now. So we've been in the market and we're going to continue an upweight in the market, given the decisions that have been made. We're working with Tourism New Zealand. We're working with Wellington Airport. We're working with a range of partners, PR partners and channels and airlines to ensure that the message about this city and the opportunities that there are in the city to have a really good holiday and break, whether as a family or an individual, are well communicated and well understood. And I'm really confident about the work that's being done. It's terrific. We've got such an exciting city, haven't we? I mean, if you look at that Hilma Ralph Clint stuff that Sarah was talking about, I mean, I went to that exhibition. It's unbelievable. And then you pop over the road to Te Papa and go to Rita Angus, and that's even more unbelievable, or not even more, but equally unbelievable. So we've got so much going on. And then if you go back and think about Zealandia and the opportunities, the cable car and the opportunities, there's just so much to do in this city to attract visitors, and we are getting the message out there. The second reason that I'm excited is because if you want to reactivate the city, and we do, you'd have visitors coming in, and now we have, but you need events. And we need events because we've got to get people who've got used to working from home or living in their bubbles or supporting their suburban or regional centre. We've got to give them a reason to come back into town. And so the events lineup is really important. Obviously, we've got the cricket on at the moment. That's fantastic, but at Red, it's challenging in terms of the numbers. But when you look at our presentation and just work your way through the events lineup from now, this is the first slide. There's two slides because there's just so much happening. This is the arts-based slide. But if you go to the next one as well, I'll just indicate that as we work our way through. I mean, just look at this. This is to die for stuff. I mean, the art stuff is unbelievably good with all kinds of musical. We've got opera, we've got La Traviata, we've got Macbeth from New Zealand Opera, we've got Cinderella from the ballet, we've got Shrek. I don't know who's doing Shrek, but that's really sounds really good to me. Les Mis coming up. So on the art side, we've got heaps of good stuff. But look at this lineup here for the major events. With rugby, with Wellington on a plate, with Biavana, with WOW back, which will be just fantastic to see. Jazz Festival 660, and then this is Guns N' Roses and Foo Fighters are both in December, which is a big visiting month for Australians generally, you know, in historical terms. So it's just fantastic to think that we're going to. I reckon December is going to be one of those unbelievable Wellington goes off months. I just think it's extraordinary what we've got there, and then leading into FIFA World Cup through Ed Sheeran, just mentioning that quietly, and homegrown. I mean, the team. This doesn't happen by accident, as you councillors know. This is a huge amount of work that's being done. It's significant investment by the city through the Major Events Fund. It's a lot of concentrated thought about how we put a well-curated program together to appeal to a diversity of audiences and keep the city humming. Now, of course, we need to get out of Red to make all this really happen, and I'm optimistic that we'll be moving out of Red pretty quickly. But the point I want to make to you is that Councillor Calvert's opening comments about the opportunity to be optimistic are not misplaced. There is real opportunity and reason for optimism about the future of the city, notwithstanding the very significant challenges that we have experienced. The last thing I'll just say is that the Wellington NZ team are focused. We're absolutely committed to delivering against the potential that's now created for us through these government decisions. We've got to make sure that as a city we actually get the benefit of this post-COVID bounce that is going to occur, and that is requiring some quite significant investment and thinking, not only in advertising campaigns and storytelling about businesses in this city and all of that stuff, but thinking hard about talent attraction and talent retention, because those are going to be big issues for the city as the borders open up, and we've got some quite specific campaigns that we will be bringing to the market in that space. Working hard with the businesses that are going really well, particularly in the technology sector and other parts of our city, to ensure that the founders and others who are driving that growth are well supported and secured to be able to scale their businesses as we move forward. And of course, continuing to invest in the sustainability narrative that's so important to our city and the inclusiveness narrative, which is so important to us and to our city, because those are the bedrocks on which all of this is built. I'll stop there, and I'm very happy, as Tracy will be, to answer any questions. And there is a presentation which you can go through, and a much longer presentation about Q2.
Yeah, thank you, John. I think you're always the city's chief advocate and full of optimism. We have a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy and John. I know that there's often just discussion and speculation around the value of economic development agencies. Can you just sort of sum up the three most important value adds, if you like, of your agency, particularly in this current time?
Yep. So the first thing that we do is that we attract and drive spend in our community. So we do that through events, we do that through advertising and promoting the city as a place to visit, and we do that in telling stories about our city which make it an attractive or engaging place for people to come. And that is worth millions and millions and millions of dollars to the city every single year. The second thing we do is we make the place a magnet for talent. Because truthfully, if we're saying we want to be the dynamic, diverse, engaged city that we know we do, then we've got to make sure we've got the talent base necessary to actually drive that. So whether that's in terms of international students coming in, whether it's in terms of workers coming to support our growing industry segments, or whether it's in terms of artists and others who want to come to this place because it's such a vital and attractive community, we have to invest in that. And again, the value of that talent pool, the fact we have that talent pool, whether it's through government or wherever, the fact we are such a exciting place to be, then feeds on it, builds one of these sorts of virtuous circles or cycles. The last thing that we do, and which I think is really important, is that we make or help the communities of our city proud of our city and support those communities to achieve to their potential. So we're not just about going on broadcast out to the world, although we do a hell of a lot of that, or out to the country, or just beating the drum constantly out there. We're also saying to people in this city, we live in a fantastic place. We're incredibly privileged to live in that place, and we can be proud and we can be advocates for that place. So there's three. I mean, just there, I could go on, but those I think are three value adds, and particularly at the moment, I think all three of those are, have a real poignancy and application.
Thanks, John.
Tracy might want to add some. I may not have got that list right.
I know we're tight for time. The one I'd add is that we can take a few risks within a responsible constraint, which I think might be harder, for the machinery of council to do on its own.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think it's the connection to our regional partners as well. Whilst we might act locally, we've got to think regionally. We've got to think nationally when we're putting our plans in place, don't we?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't see there's any other questions. We very much appreciate that everything things change from day to day, and you've and in particular for you've had to adjust. Probably, not weekly, daily, and we have to have a leap of faith in some things that we will get these bigger events back, and we need to be prepared to back those investments to make sure that we're ready take on board the opportunities that do come our way. So thank you once again, and please pass on our thanks to your teams as well.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we now have the Wellington Regional Stadium Trust. I see we have Shane Harmon there. Do we also have the chair, Rachel?
Rachel passes on her apologies, so
Okay.
it's just myself today.
Okay, welcome, Shane. And I'm also acknowledged that we've got an additional paper on the agenda as well for additional funding for the stadium. So if you want to touch on that at all,
Sure.
feel free.
No problem, thank you. I should first start by saying Lá Féile Pūroro, which is
Yes.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. My staff always make me wear this hat on St. Patrick's Day, but for the sake of professionalism, I won't wear it during this meeting. I was going to send it to the mayor, maybe he could wear it all day, but we'll see. So happy St. Patrick's Day. As you're all aware, and related to the paper in front of you for later today, this year has been a year like no other. We did start the year forecasting a small operating surplus. There was some optimism at the time with the establishment of the Trans-Tasman bubble that allowed us to develop a forecast of relative normality for the 2022 financial year. However, as each month passed, that outlook worsened, unfortunately. In early August, that Trans-Tasman bubble closed and Wellington lost both its test matches, which are, two of the marquee events for us each year. We were also informed at that stage that the Guns N' Roses concert would be postponed. In mid-August, we entered a level 4 lockdown and Wellington remained at level 2 or above until the country moved into the COVID protection framework in December. So a reforecast in October. So we removed an NRL game, basically all but one Phoenix game, an international cricket game. In December, then Omicron emerged, and then the border reopening was delayed, and that just cast real doubt on our ability to be able to host any Trans-Tasman sport for the remainder of the financial year. And at that stage, we arranged some compensation for a lot of our commercial partners, boxes, members, sponsors, etc. Like when you consider our commercial partners, boxes and stadium members, normally by this stage, we would be into Super Rugby. We would be 3/4 of the way through a Phoenix season. We would have had a couple of international cricket games, 2 All Blacks test matches. This year, we've given them 1 NPC game in August. So they've been fantastic. Everybody's remained with us and looking forward to what the future holds. In January, we moved into red. And we're still in red at this stage, and all we can do at the moment is host events with small pods of 100. They're all loss-making exercises for ourselves and the Hurricanes, for example, but we do it to try and give season ticket holders and members an opportunity at least to see some sport over that period. For the financial year to date, we've had 17,000 people through the venue. Normally in a financial year, we would have 500,000, and we've only hosted 3 event days without restrictions. Normally we would have had 50 to 60. And it's not just the crowds and the restrictions on crowds that impact us. The majority of our events, as I've explained before, require open borders. So the Phoenix and the A-League, Super Rugby, NRL, international cricket and rugby, as well as major concerts. Despite all of that, look, we were able to play a little part in assisting with the pandemic effort, and we've provided the car park on numerous occasions for a location for testing and vaccination on a number of occasions last year, including the Super Saturday vaccination drive. And this week we are a rapid antigen collection point. So we've given over the bottom half of the car park to the DHB for that exercise. You're obviously aware we pivoted a few weeks ago to being a car park for the protesters at the request of police. It had a moderate degree of success. It didn't move the needle significantly, but we did that not to support the protesters, but to support our neighbours in Thorndon, those that work, live and go to school in that area. With everything moving so quickly at the moment, some optimism that we might get some events back for the rest of the financial year. We may get a Phoenix game towards the end of April. I think when those games come back from across the Tasman, there's a chance we could be hosting events with crowds. My expectation is that we'll move pretty soon from the pod situation to a percentage of venue capacity. We'll still be restrained in terms of total capacity. Our hope is that we are back to 100% by the time that the Irish rugby team come in July to take on the All Blacks in 3 tests. So we hopefully will see some games. Sadly, we were not able to host our 2 new home teams this year, the Phoenix and Hurricanes women's teams, but look forward to next season. And really good timing in that we've been working with New Zealand Football and Sport New Zealand around funding towards meeting the gold standard for gender neutral upgrades for change rooms. And that'll be a fabulous legacy from hosting the World Cup. And the timing couldn't be better with us hosting 2 new teams that are female teams at the stadium from next year. So we really look forward to hosting those 2 teams, and we'll be making a big effort to get Wellington behind those teams when we do have the opportunity. Despite the lack of events, the team here has remained very busy. We're planning for a very busy year ahead, particularly the FIFA Women's World Cup, which is planning is in a lot of detail now. But as John said, and I've talked a lot about bad news, we couldn't be more positive about the year ahead. And that's what's kept us going. And I share John's relentless positivity. We are very, very excited about the year ahead. We have a working title at the moment that next summer, we want to be Sky Stadium's biggest ever. And, perhaps we can apply that to all of Wellington, as I know there are a lot of events in train away from the stadium too. And that's what a rebound from the pandemic looks like. The last week for the team here, frankly, has probably been the best week of the last 2 years. It's really lifted spirits amongst the team. And the feedback has been universally positive from across the city. To announce Foo Fighters and Ed Sheeran just 1 week apart is just fantastic news for the city and the stadium and the region. We add in 660 and Guns N' Roses, and we now have 4 concerts. I think the most we've ever done over one summer previously is 2. And we're not resting there. There could be potentially some other stuff in the pipeline that we're continuing to work on. And hopefully we'll have international rugby back in July and international cricket back in the first half of this financial year as well. And of course, welcoming back our teams in the Phoenix and the Hurricanes and the Lions also. So, hopefully we go from what is by far our worst year in our history to one of our best. And to echo Tracy's comments as well, I just particularly want to thank councillors and staff for your support over the last 2 years. It's felt like a real partnership. I do want to acknowledge Warwick Hayes, who was fantastic in terms of being a conduit between the CCOs and the council over the last few years. And a particularly big welcome to Anna, who has been amazing in the short period she's been on board as well. And we found the communications to be excellent. So thank you for your continued support, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Shane. And you might be pleased to know that at the beginning of this meeting, I did formally acknowledge St. Patrick's Day and also commented about the resilience of the Irish. And I certainly believe that you brought the resilience that's needed to get us through these last 2 years and going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
For that. Now we have a couple of questions. Councillor Young.
Okay, so first of all, I hope we're going to celebrate St. George's and Andrew in similar ridiculously over the top way, speaking of someone who's about 1/80th Irish. So I've got a couple of questions, Shane. So the first one is, got to find it. You've got a repayable grant and a loan. What is the difference between a repayable grant and a loan?
So we've currently got we got a loan at the beginning of the pandemic. You might remember.
That's the 1 point. So that was the 4.2 million
from both councils. Yes.
Yeah.
And the request in front of the council today is a grant.
So what's the difference?
The grant, I understand, is not repayable.
Oh, I see.
And the loan is.
Oh, well, in my papers, I've written down it's a repayable grant. Do you think it's the blind leading the blind here? And I should ask one of the finance guys, because I haven't got a clue.
Councillor Young, it was quite clear in the papers it was a grant.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I've misread.
They did talk about it previously having had a loan, but it was very clear that this was a grant.
Thank you. Thank you. So the second question is, do you think you could wear your hat for us just for a little while so we can see what it looks like?
I have to. There you go.
It's fantastic. It's really fantastic.
Oh, that's the green screen behind.
Where'd you get it?
Oh, that's a present from staff here a number of years ago. So it's a bit of a tradition on St. Patrick's Day.
Hope you're fine.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And being English, we certainly don't celebrate St. George's Day like the Irish St. Patrick's. I think it does deserve a special call out. Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I just, it's not a question, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for the use of the car park, for all of that, the vaccination and pandemic support, but also as a parent of a child at Wellington Girls, thank you so much for the support.
I'm a parent of a child at Wellington Girls, so thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, I push both buttons at once. I also want to say, Shane, thank you very much. You've always been really, really very quick to respond to anything when we've asked you to support it, and I really appreciate that. You know, the pivoting that you've done, both with the response to COVID and also the response to the protest, was really, really appreciated. Just in terms of just one thing, in terms of the grant which is being proposed today, the reason that's a grant is just simply a balance sheet thing, I presume, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. In other words, there's a level of debt which becomes uncomfortable for your
correct
your, other borrowing.
That's correct.
Banks, etc.
That's correct.
Yeah. Cool. And really looking forward to the rest of the as we get through Omicron and see the other events coming in. Hopefully, we will get some things at the end of this this current season as well.
Thanks, Mayor Foster.
Thank you. And once again, Shane, thank you for steering the stadium through the last 2 years and what we've got coming up. And we fully appreciate that it is a large venue, and you've been particularly hammered by the events of Omicron. And again, pass on our thanks to your team, because we know everybody's been working in uncertain times, and because of the location of the stadium, where the protest occupation, nearby the protest occupation. Thank you for helping the city in that.
Appreciate it, Councillor Calvert. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Shane. Go off and enjoy your Irish festivities.
Big day of work ahead, so.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Of our CCOs, welcome Karen and welcome Craig, the chair. The floor's yours.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Councillor Calvert. I think Craig tells me he's on.
I am indeed. I am indeed.
Right, okay. I think, thank you, Heidi. We've got some slides to show you. We thought we'd start, like everyone has got, we've got tales of woe, but we've also got tales of good things as well. So we thought we'd start with the beautiful Jelani, who has arrived at Wellington Zoo last November from Copenhagen with his brother Siddiqui. And I'm going to pass over to Craig to talk first of all about Q2.
Thank you, Karen. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today for what is, I suspect, been a pretty tough day for you guys. As I said, we've got a couple of slides to give a rough update of where we are and how we're tracking for year end. Q2 I'll talk about, and Karen will take us through to the year end, and we'll answer your questions, and certainly agree with and appreciate the majesty of Jelani on the front cover. Q2, we've successfully attained our Toitū net carbon zero for the 10th year in a row. That's incredibly important for us and a requirement as we see it, which is also matched by just not only achieving it, but working to show a significant reduction. Acknowledge the support from TG McCarthy Trust as we continue to work for funding to support the Snow Leopard project. That is a work in progress as we look to secure additional funding, but we recognise the grant and the community support we've received to date. It's just fantastic. And of course, we continue our sustainability focus and winning the Tourism Industry Association Toitu EnviroCare Environment Award has been really a nice feather in our cap as we work through what has been a pretty tough year. It shows that we're continuing to operate through the pandemic, achieve success, meet some of our targets, and engage and be recognised by our community of supporters. But we can't disguise this has been a difficult quarter. And that's just a reflection, I suspect, on what the other CCOs have focused on too. There's a whole series of barriers as we operate, and we are in hopefully the last slide of the pandemic. So we look forward with optimism, and looking forward, I'll pass back to you, Karen.
Thanks, Craig. So as everyone sort of talked about, there's a lot going on in the world, and, you know, looking at a global perspective, we've been heavily involved with supporting the Ukrainian zoos. So I've had a lot of, you know, 2:30, 4:30 a.m. meetings as the Vice President of our global association and what's going on in Ukraine. Even when I look at our terrible forecast, it's, you know, we're in a very positive place in terms of being very lucky to live in a city and a country like we have. We've also supported partners in Argentina and Madagascar with the massive fires that they've had there. But just bringing it back to us, I mean, a few people have mentioned it this morning. The team has been incredible in terms of getting us through COVID. There's been a lot of logistical changes as we change different settings to red setting and whatever. The team have managed that really well. And I've been saying to them, we've had three really major things that we want to focus on. And that is helping our visitors to stay safe, keeping our staff safe, and keeping our animals healthy. So the staff have had to do a lot of logistical changes, as you can imagine, but they've handled it really well, and they've shown great resilience with that. So just some other things coming up for us. We have a new hospitality partner starting in May. We've changed the model of how we do our hospitality at Wellington Zoo. So the people who are behind Capitol Restaurant will be starting as our hospitality partner in May. They'll be doing a total makeover of our cafes and the kiosk. So the cafe will have a new name, and so will the kiosk. And they will be looking after not just the retail catering, but also our functions catering. And I would echo what Sarah said before. Venues has really taken a huge hit with COVID. That's been one of our biggest problems in terms of our loss of revenue. We've also rolled out a new health and safety and wellbeing strategy for our team. We did a big review of our health and safety and wellbeing progress and programs at the zoo, and from that external review we've now developed the strategy. The other thing that's really important to us around sustainability is looking at the UN Sustainable Development Goals and how we implement that. And we've done a lot of work thinking about which of those goals we really want to measure at Wellington Zoo. So that will be implemented come July 1. The other thing that we've just received, and I'll be reading it this afternoon, is our tenders for our waste management waste management partner. So those tenders have come in, so I'll be looking at those this afternoon. The snow leopard project is progressing really well, but we are experiencing some delays due to supply chain issues. For example, we only use FSC sustainable timber, and we can't get FSC timber for 5 months because of supply chain issues in New Zealand. That's just one example of some of the things we're experiencing. And then from year-end result, I mean, I was saying to Stephen the other day, this is the first time in 15 years of being the chief executive that I had to say something like this. So we've got a forecast loss of about 540,000, and that's really totally linked to COVID. We lost $1 million in visitor revenue, and then we were able to recoup some of that through central government funding. But as soon as that stopped, of course, we've now got this hole in our bucket. But I would also like to echo what everyone else has said, and I really want to thank the councillors and also the officers. The strategy team have been fantastic. Karepa's team have been fantastic working with us around different things that we need to implement at the zoo. And, you know, it means that, yes, financially things are not great, but there's a whole lot of fantastic things happening across the city and across the CCOs. So I'll leave it there, and I will, Craig and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, was I just muted then? Okay, look, sorry, I just wanted just to say to Karen and Craig that you echoed the word resilience that we've heard a lot through this morning's presentations, and we appreciate the huge toll that, you know, having to be resilient for the last 2 years is having. And thank you for caring for the animals, because it's not just yourselves, but it's also the animals' well-being as well here. So we've got some questions. I'm Councillor Young.
So it's just a very quick one, Karen. Very exciting. I'm trying to find you on my screen. There you are. Very exciting about Capital, my neighbourhood restaurant, taking over your cafe. So when does that start?
May they're coming in, and they're very excited. Kate has really wanted to be involved with the zoo for a long time, and we've had Mojo at the zoo for 12 years. It's been a great partnership, but, you know, Capitol are coming in with some really exciting ideas. So the new cafe's name will be Rex Tremendous, which I think is rather nice homage to a lion. We're considering the lion was the first animal at Wellington Zoo. So, and also the 2 male lions arriving last year. So it'll be Rex Tremendous is the cafe, and the new kiosk name will be Banana Bar.
So, so they'll be doing. So, who's been doing the catering for up until now?
Okay, so the model we had was that Mojo were doing the retail catering, and then the functions catering were done by 5 providers. So people could choose who they wanted to do the catering. But we wanted to bring it all together because it's better for the providers, like for them, in terms of their money that they get out of it, and also for us in terms of investment. So, for example, the investment in redoing the whole cafe, you know, so they can see value in actually doing that. But they're investing something, you know, like hundreds of thousands of dollars into that. So it really makes it better for them if they're getting the whole business. Kate has also said that they may actually still use some of those providers as subcontractors to them. So those people won't, you know, they'll still get some business from us as well.
No, it's just, it seems to me that it will widen the appeal of a cafe having someone like an organisation like Capital.
Yeah, they're already talking about staying open Friday and Saturday nights and getting the liquor license back and really being a destination cafe for that end of town.
Yeah,
so,
well done. Congratulations, fantastic. I'll say the same to Kate. Thank you.
Yeah. Kate said, sing it from the rooftops, Karen.
Yeah.
Well, you'll be pleased then. You'll have Councillor Young there probably on more occasions than in the past. So, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks so much, Karen and Craig. And Karen, I was really proud to hear about your work with Ukrainian zoos. Is there anything that we can do as a council or a city to help or to support that in them?
Oh, it's actually been quite distressing for me, I have to say. The European zoos have been through a lot, obviously, over the years with world wars, and this one's no different. We had a meeting this morning for 2 hours from 4:30 to 6:30, so if I'm a bit gaga, that's why. Talking about what we're going to do in terms of our global association and what our position will be. We've already done one statement, but seeing as though it's getting even more intense, we're going to make a little bit more of a stronger statement about that. The European Association of Zoos and Aquariums are actually doing the fundraising for supporting the Ukrainian zoos. They were on the call this morning and they've already received €300,000 through donations. So on their website, they've got a donation portal, and that's the best way to do it because the Ukrainians at the moment need food for their animals and, interestingly, pay for their staff. You know, it's not just about the animals. You need people to look after them. So they're bringing, and a lot of the zoos in the other Eastern Bloc's countries are taking huge trucks of food and things into Ukraine to help them. But it's a huge mission, and it's not going to end, anytime soon. It'll be a whole lot of recovery once the war is over. So yeah, so in terms of helping, we're doing all we can from a global level, and really at the moment it's about getting food to them for the animals and getting animals out if we can. So they've taken some big cats out and they've taken some orangutans out. Pretty hard to get an elephant out. So it's so it's all the trauma that goes with that. Yeah.
Well, full on, Karen. Are you able to send councillors a link so that we can look at making a donation?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yep, I'll do that.
Councillor Fern.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the work that you've got going on there, and yeah, everything else feels a bit small compared to the scale of that conversation. So thank you for representing, Karen. I just also want to acknowledge, very excited to have the Capitol crew in the hood. Yeah, that's nice and close. Maybe Councillor Young, we could organise our first councillor dinner there. Maybe it'll be good timing to get back out into the world.
I'll buy you a vino.
Yeah, okay. I'll just be professional right now. I just wanted to acknowledge your continual reduction of emissions through your Toitu Carbon Zero certification. And I mean, it just seems like you've got such an opportunity there to share those learnings amongst our own council and other CCOs. I recognise we're all in different environments, but your behaviour change aspects just keep on improving. So I would have thought, you might get to a level and kind of peter off, but you keep improving Wellington Zoo. So yeah, so thank you for that. But also, yeah, is there an opportunity to share those learnings amongst all of our organisations?
We do a lot of talking about that already amongst the CCOs, and also I think Alison was on this call a little bit earlier, so Alison's well aware of this from her previous life to being in council. And, we do talk about these things. And as you say, everyone's got their own context. And it's interesting in terms of the measurement of looking at carbon net carbon zero, because with a change in the measurement around scope 3 being more important going into the future, Toitu have said to us, we'll have to reset our base, because scope 3, a lot of it you haven't got control over. So how do people come to the zoo? So I am hanging out for light rail, because we need more people coming to the zoo using public transport. And so how do we get those scope 3 measurements in place as a base? I'm chairing a committee with our global association looking at carbon reduction and how we can do that and measure it across our global zoo community. And it's been very interesting talking to the big zoos who've got, a lot of people who are measuring this actually within their zoos. I don't think you have to do that. I think you can use an organisation like Toitu who can actually help you with that. They're the experts in it. So, there's two schools of thought amongst our community. But for us, as Craig said, it's part of our whakapapa. We have to actually do this work, and it's part of our kaupapa and the work that we do around all of those things. If we're not walking the talk around sustainability, how do we get people to actually do that with us? Yeah. But yeah, we already talk, Laurie, a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. Please keep talking.
Yeah.
Thank you. And look, once again, Karen and Craig, thank you for the work that you're doing, and please pass on our thanks to your teams as well. As we said, it's a difficult time for everyone, but we really do appreciate and you've got to keep knowing that you, despite Omicron as well, that you have to make sure the animals are kept safe through this. So you can't just go and lie on your bed.
Yeah, it's interesting with that one too, because I didn't mention that the World Health Organization for Animal Health, they have their own list of species that are actually more prone to catching COVID than others. So we keep an eye on that list as well and look at what we need to do in terms of protecting the animals. Interestingly, most of the animals around the world who have caught COVID have actually caught it from their keepers, not from visitors. So it's interesting.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I just, in finishing, just note the appreciation of the support of Wellington City Council, councillors and staff, and the collegiate support of the CCOs. It's forecasting a loss is not something we're either familiar with or comfortable with, but we maintain our focus on our strategy and our values, providing a site that is safe, rewarding and entertaining for our staff, for our visitors and for our animals, and acknowledge the hard work of Karen and her team and the support of my fellow trustees. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you. We certainly appreciate the unique situation that we're facing, and there'll be a lot of deficits around the place this financial year, but we do have long-term investments in our CCOs, so we don't see that changing in any way.
Thank you.
So thank you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next up, just checking my notes. Okay, so I'm going to, in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I'm reordering the agenda. And so what we are doing is we're bringing the Wellington water paper up first, and that's really so that we can deal with that before we move into the later on in the day into the quarterly Q2 report. It's relevant to that, so it's better that we discuss that here first. So so the new order is just being put up there on the screen. Thank you. Okay, that's not a vote, is it? It's just a moving that here. Okay.
Not a vote unless anyone challenges.
Okay.
I'll challenge that. I'll challenge that.
Why are you challenging it, Councillor Rush?
Because there's nothing in the Q2 report that's relevant to Wellington Water. Wellington Water is to present the Q2 report, the infrastructure committee meeting next week.
Councillor Rush.
This committee has its jurisdiction on the CCOs other than Wellington Water.
Councillor Rush.
Are here today to talk about OPEX.
Councillor Rush, we are reordering the agenda. Do you have a challenge to the reordering of the agenda items?
I just did, yeah.
Right, well, I'll overrule that challenge.
So if Councillor Rush is challenging the agenda order, then that requires a vote of 75% of councillors.
Right.
It does not require a seconder. And just to confirm, Councillor Rush, this is just challenging the order of items.
That's the reason why she's doing it.
Just to add that
I need to guide on what I said earlier.
I'm reordering it on the advice of officers. Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Where's that advice?
Anyway, I think we'll put it to the Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, Madam Chair, can you put it up the order again? I'm going to ask you for your forbearance in looking at the order as well, but for a completely different reason to Councillor Rush. It's just my ability to be able to participate in the DC conversation. I just wondered if you might be able to push that one back a little bit and do the Q2 report before that.
I can't see any reason why we can't push that nearer to the end.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
But don't be too late back. We might get through this stuff.
Oh, well, if you do, you do. Good on you.
Okay, all right. So Heidi, if we need to, Councillor Rush is challenging the order. Are you, Councillor Rush, are you just challenging the order in terms of the Wellington Water paper, but also because of the development contributions paper?
No, it's the reordering of the quarterly paper to align it with Wellington Water in order that you can talk about something that's not relevant. The Wellington Water staff are here today to talk about the OPEX, and they should do that and they should go.
Well, that's what they are, Councillor Rush. So, Heidi, can we put this to the vote?
Yes, sorry. And it is just a majority rather than 75%.
Okay. So for those who, can we just be clear who are supporting how are we voting, supporting the challenge of?
So can we just actually have the challenge so we know that we're voting the right way for the wording?
Yeah.
Who wants to support me? Put a green tick up.
Is that the chair?
I think we have to take the advice of Democracy Services in this one.
Which is what?
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, what motion is being put right now?
Well, Councillor Rush is challenging that we don't have the Wellington Water paper bring that forward, but he wants to see it on down.
Madam Chair, with respect, Wellington Water are up next to talk about OPEX. So there's no need to change the paper to accommodate Wellington Water. They are here, they've got a presentation to talk about the OPEX blowout.
But Councillor Rush, you're challenging that. What I want to do is reorder it so that we talk to them now.
Shall we move that we support the chair in the reordering?
Yeah.
Isn't Wellington Water already next up after the Zoom?
No.
On the run sheet that I've got it is.
So I am reordering the papers so that we have Wellington Water next. And you're challenging me that is not the right order. You want to see them as 2.6.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, the run sheet includes the proposed change already.
Right.
Right, so as I understood it, you wanted to move item 2.4 upwards in the order. Have I got that right?
2.6 up in the order.
Okay, well, sorry, okay, well, I thought that's the run sheet already.
Right, well, you need to follow the agenda on here now. So I made a statement. If you just need to listen.
I'm sorry, my misunderstanding. I thought you were changing the run sheet that was sent out last night, but what you're doing it formally.
I'd like to move that we support or vote on whether we support the chair's suggestion of the reordering, and I'd like to put that now, if we may.
It sounds like Councillor Rush is withdrawing his.
We don't need to vote on it now.
Yeah, so we don't need to vote now. He's withdrawn it. It was a misunderstanding.
Good. Thank you. I'll accept that. All right.
COVID brain.
Okay, thank you. So let's now move to general business. 2.6, Wellington Water, current OPEX, potential overspend. And I will welcome Siobhan Proctor, Colin Crampton, and the Wellington Water CE, and Linda Carroll, the chair of Wellington Water, to introduce this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Marina councillors. This paper just presents data around the forecast overspend. So Wellington Water is forecasting an overspend in OPEX of up to $4.9 million in this financial year. The forecast overspend, should it occur, is largely attributed to increases in reactive maintenance costs over and above what's been budgeted. Reactive maintenance costs have increased year on year since 2019, and this has been exacerbated this year by some significant storm events, particularly in July, December and February. There is an opportunity to reprioritise $5 million from the government stimulus fund to cover the potential shortfall in OPEX, rather than cut service levels. And this is the preferred option that is being presented today. Just to note that this issue will flow through into future years, which we have signalled through the annual plan meeting, and there will be a paper coming to the Infrastructure Committee on the 26th of April detailing options to address the ongoing cost pressure from reactive maintenance.
Thank you, Siobhan. And we've also got an update from Wellington Water.
Yes, kia ora, councillors. I think Linda Carroll should be on the call. I can't see it.
I am here.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Welcome, Linda. I think this is the first time you've been here, is it?
It is. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you.
Yeah, look, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you about this OPEX funding and to discuss this topic in more detail. First up, I would just like to say that we are 9 months into the year, and it's really disappointing from a board, and I'm sure from your perspective, that 9 months into the year we are in this position where we do not actually have clarity over budgets, and any infrastructure business, as I'm sure you're aware, needs to actually have some clarity before the year actually starts. And so it will be really important that we work hard together to ensure that for the future. The recommendation that your officials have put forward, we certainly support, so thank you for that, Siobhan and Barbara. I think it could be noted as well that it makes a lot of sense to actually take this approach, and it is an approach that was put forward by Wellington Water in March of last year. So the paper that you have gives you the impression that the board has been acting ultra-virus and is currently looking at an overspend of nearing $5 million. And I need to make it quite clear to you that the board has not actually undertaken this, that we do not currently have an overspend of getting close to $5 million, and that we currently are forecasting an overspend of between $1 and $1.5 million. And the board believes that this is a legitimate overspend because it is in relation to emergency services that we have provided. And I'm sure you can all think immediately of which pipe broken where may have contributed to that. So I am speaking to you at a governance level. I'm not getting into the detail of buckets of money that may be moved from where to where. I just want to provide you with the assurance that the board is not operating ultra-virus, that we do have $3 to $4 million of work currently prepared and ready to go. However, if you decide not to approve the recommendation of your officers today, then it is straightforward for us to immediately withdraw that work and not proceed, which brings us back to an overspend of between $1 and $1.5 million that is directly related to emergencies. So we have documented all of this to your officers and have done so in a timely fashion. And again, I just think it's important that we're absolutely clear that we are, as a board, not operating outside of what we have approval to operate on. So that's really my opening comments, and I'm really happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Linda, and that's very good that you could put that into context. Councillor Fitzsimons, you have a question?
Yeah, my question really on this is it enough? Because I want you to do this work and I want you to do it as quickly as possible. And I often end up advocating for residents who see leaks around the city. And I assume from what I've heard before from Wellington Water that there's real value in doing this as soon as possible. So I welcome it, but I want to know whether it's enough could you be doing more reactive fixing if this was more?
Colin, I might hand that over to you from an operational perspective.
If you move on the recommendation today, the $3 to $4 million that we've got planned and ready to go is going to really challenge us to get that done by the end of the financial year. So I think it's probably almost very tight, councillor, to get it done. But if you do approve it, it's very good work that will reduce risk across the network into the future.
Thank you. And Chair, I know in your email you said they would be talking about fluoridation as well. Do you want questions on that now, or are you?
Well, I think because there was that, I'm not sure whether Councillor Fitzsimons, you went on to that
I did
last night. So I'm assuming that you got the chance to ask your
I did, but I have more questions.
Well, okay. Point of order, it's outside the scope of this committee meeting.
what's
You
your
ask the
point?
questions next week, Fleur. Next week at Infrastructure Committee.
We were advised by the chair that we would be able to ask today, and it's urgent, so I'd like to ask today, and consistently with what the chair advised us would happen.
I call a point of order saying it's irrelevant to the matters at hand. It's not relevant to the OPEX paper, and it's not really for this council either. It's really the Wellington Water Committee who will be meeting Friday, and we will be bringing the results of that to you with better information in a managed way on Thursday.
So Councillor Rush, you called a point of order, and your point of order, can you just reiterate what that was?
Relevant, Madam Chair, to the agenda. So the agenda deals with the OPEX paper, Madam Chair. This other matter arose yesterday. It's a very fast-moving subject. There are many other councils involved, and we really do want to manage how the communications are given and let Colin and his team to get the right information. So I'm sure we can have discussions today. There were some good discussions. Councillor Simons was on that call last night, but it's not really for today's meeting.
Right, so I'm not sure whether that is actually, I'm just trying to see whether it's officers in terms of points of order.
Yes, that's Standing Order 26.5C, irrelevance. The topic being discussed is not the matter currently before the meeting.
Okay, so we have this meeting here. We do have our quarterly reports on service levels being achieved, and I know this is a later thing. I don't want to get into any big debate. Councillor Fitzsimons, in terms of your question, and we may not be able to get an answer now, but would you like just to raise publicly your question, and then we can make sure that there is an answer to it?
Yeah, I've got a series of them, and I'd like to say, Councillor Calvert, that I really welcomed you using this opportunity because it is such an urgent issue. So thanks for providing that, and I understand that Wellington Water are expecting it.
Right.
And my first question...
Point of order, please, Councillor or Madam Chair. I've raised a point of order. Are you ruling against that? Against the advice of...
I'm ruling against your point of order, Councillor Rush. I'm not asking that we will get the answers, but I'm giving Councillor Fitzsimons the chance to publicly raise her questions now. So we can get responses later on, Councillor Fitzsimons. So, yeah.
Yeah, and look, it is the same question I asked last night, which I'll explain, which is Wellington Water making sure that residents have advice about what to do about the lack of fluoridation in our water for the last 5 weeks and the low levels potentially for the last number of years? And I understood from last night's answer that Wellington Water was working with Regional Public Health to get that information for residents today. Do you now have that advice from Regional Public Health, and how far away is it from appearing in your social media channels?
Thank you, Councillor. The material's been prepared and it's been issued. I have forwarded it to officers to forward it to councillors, and it will go up on our website. And it has been issued by the Dr. Catherine Fudge, I think it is, Clinical Director of Regional Dental Services, and it gives very practical advice to customers around what to do in the period while fluoride is not optimal.
Thanks, Colin. And so it will be, Wellington Water will be sharing that on Facebook and Twitter and just making sure residents, great. Yep. Okay, the other... I
was just going to say, though, it'd be fantastic for everybody to address those queries, as you were pointing out last night, Councillor. The more we can get that out to people, to all parties, the better they'll understand what they do in the meantime. And it's very good. It's very practical advice, as you would expect.
Colin, I'm also just interested in a question about how Wellington Water got in a position where it didn't communicate to residents as soon as you stopped fluoridating. So is that a cultural issue? Was it an oversight? What is it that that kind of developed in Wellington Water that anybody thought it was acceptable to stop fluoridating and not tell people immediately? And the public, I mean, not councils, the residents.
Councillor Fitzsimons, what I might do is let Colin Crampton perhaps answer that. You've got a Wellington Water Committee meeting on Friday afternoon, my understanding?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that might be better dealt with as from a regional perspective as a whole, without going ahead with that one, but I think it's a really important question that we want to know. But I think that is very much from the regional thing. Colin, in terms of the agenda for that meeting, and how is it advertised, and where's it placed?
I'll have to get Sean Rush to help me with that one, because it's.
I can't see it being advertised. I understand it's a public meeting.
All Wellington Water meetings are public. I'm assuming this one is too, and the agenda has been sent out. I sent a copy to Councillor Condi. It's publicly available. I'm sure Georgina Campbell has it. George always turns up. I can send that to councillors. I don't know. I mean, the agenda came out a couple of days ago before this broke, but I think there was broad agreement, Colin, that we would be discussing this particular issue anyway. So it may not appear on the written documents.
So I think if we could have access to that agenda, and perhaps if we could find out how it's publicly advertised, because I did look on Wellington Water site and couldn't see it.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Wellington Water Committee is administered by Hutt City Council, so it will be on the Hutt City Council website.
I did go and look there and I couldn't find it, so it would be good that we know where it is. So we've got that. I'm sorry, Councillor Fitzsimons, I just thought it would be better just to be able to get a more holistic and follow that line of questioning from
Okay, I do have one other question, and I think it's a shame that I wasn't able to get an answer to that because I don't have speaking rights at that committee. But anyway, my other question, Colin and Linda, is it just seems if it's not one thing, it's another with Wellington Water. And I'm just wondering, to your knowledge, are there any other ticking time bombs that councils and the public need to know about?
Linda, are you going to just...
I'm thinking hard, trying to think about if there are any other ticking time bombs. I think that we publish our critical risks, and so they are sitting there as critical risks. They're not, there's nothing that is ticking that I can think of off the top of my head. Colin, can you think of any ticking time bombs?
No, I can't, but it has
outside of fluoride, which is
But it has given us the motive to do a really end-to-end review of the drinking water system, because that's where regulation's going to come on by 1 July around providing safe drinking water to all customers, as well as dosing with fluoride, to make sure that that system is fully checked. So I think that's just sensible.
Thank you. And my final question is, when can we expect fluoride in the water again?
So, Councillor, tomorrow we're going to present the plan for that. I think, as we talked about yesterday, there are two issues that are holding back fluoridation at Timarua and Gear Island, and we will present a plan to do that as quickly as possible. Once those two issues are resolved, then we want to resume fluoridation at those two sites. And then it'll take us some time to get all of the plants up to a fully operational level. And in the long term, there'll need to be some renewal of those plants to make sure that they fully deliver the services. So the answer to the question is, we'll give you that time frame as soon as we know. The conceptual plan to do it is tomorrow, but you can have our assurance that it's got our our full attention to get fluoridation back on as soon as possible.
Thank you, Colin, for that. Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Chair. Coming back to my questions are about the OPEX forecast overspend. And my first question is, given the current environment that we're in, where we know that our network is under severe pressure and we're seeing failures, why did you plan to cut reactive maintenance in this year's budget in the first place?
Councillor, when we first talked about reprioritising fiscal stimulus to increase the amount of investment in the networks before the year started, we prepared a budget on the basis of providing the money into preventative maintenance and monitoring and investigations to signal that we wanted to do more proactive work, and we reused the reactive budget as the leveler. And at that stage, we hadn't got budget approved. So what you saw in that paper was the initial budget setting on the assumption that we would be able to use that preventative maintenance and monitoring investigation money and meet the current reactive costs. That never eventuated, and so we are spending in accordance with the previous year's spend rate. So if we were to give you our actual costs to date, we would be on track with the reactive costs of the previous years, and we would be substantially down on preventative maintenance and monitoring investigation to the tune of 3 to 4 million that Linda has already confirmed to you. And so if we did not get approval today, we would end up spending the same, almost, a bit more than last year on reactive maintenance, and we would be about 3 to 4 million down on preventative maintenance and monitoring and investigation. So it's unfortunate that we've presented, we've given you a quirk of our budgeting exercise at day one last year, but it was genuinely in an attempt to signal that we needed to do more preventative maintenance and monitoring investigation, which is what's on the table today. But I can assure you we have just spent the money as we did last year in reactive maintenance as per the budget. And we've given those figures to officers. So I'm sorry we've given you the wrong impression there, but that was a genuine intent to show an endeavour to spend more on proactive work.
Thanks, Colin. I think that councillors were very supportive of the intention to spend more on proactive work and getting a better understanding of the network. However, I don't think there was ever any understanding that that would come at the cost of reactive maintenance. And I don't think that you've actually answered my question, which is, why did you think it was acceptable to forecast a cut in reactive maintenance when we know that reactive maintenance hasn't gone down for years, and there's absolutely no reason to expect in the short term that it will go down, even if we are spending more on proactive maintenance?
This is where we've developed a table, councillor, to show you what we've done there. But when we...
So, Colin, can I just interrupt? Would you like me to share my screen so you can show the councillors the current year OPEX budgets?
Yeah, that table, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. Can people see that screen? Yes, people are nodding their heads. Okay.
So
sorry, can I just clarify? This is Wellington City's budget, or is this overall?
No, that's Wellington City Council OPEX.
Okay. Yeah.
So can I just orientate? You've read the paper, and if you read budget B, the question councillor is asking Wellington Water is we set that budget line in item B, and the point she's making is that 6.2 million in line 2 is the budget we set at the beginning of the year. And the explanation I can give you there is that when before we started the financial year, we hadn't got agreement around using the fiscal stimulus that you have in front of you today. And so we emphasise the need to do more planned maintenance, monitoring and investigations as laid out in that budget. You can see the 4.4 and the 5.3 million. And we levelled the budget on 6.2 on the assumption that at some point in the future we would get the funding to carry on and do what we've always done. We haven't done that because you've got that in front of you today, and that shows out in the actual figures. So if you come to the actual figures, year to date, end of January, on the next slide, so on the next column over, if you could just put that cursor, there, you can see that we've spent 4.979 million to date at the end of January, and we're on track to spend, the 1194 by the end of the year. You will also see that underneath that we are forecasting a much lower amount on planned maintenance and monitoring investigations. And that money is what sits in front of you today as we could do by the end of the year. So Councillor, it's an awkward question to answer when we set a budget and anticipating that we would get the fiscal stimulus that's in front of you today by signalling that it was going to be added to reactive maintenance. But because that hasn't happened, we have carried on focusing on reactive maintenance and not undertaking the planned maintenance and monitoring investigations as per what we've done normally. So it's just rebalanced. Does that answer your question?
Not remotely. I was just wondering if we could have a comment from Wellington City Council staff on this at this point.
Siobhan, I just will make a comment first, and then I'll hand over to you. I suppose that a thing where we're tripping each other up here, I presume, is Wellington Water assuming that they can decide where funding comes from. So what we need from Wellington Water is a budget that will cover their costs that are incurred by Wellington City. It is our job to then identify and fund those costs. So whether that's rates or whether it's stimulus funding, that's actually our call, because stimulus funding is ours, not Wellington Water's. So I think that's been a misunderstanding between Wellington City and Wellington Water that's caused some of this issue. And so what we really have agreed moving forward is that the costs of Wellington Water and their forecasts need to be prepared and shown to Wellington City, and then Wellington City and our governors will agree how that is funded, which is kind of what you see in the paper today, how you are resolving how this will be funding. I suppose I am now concerned, before I hand over to Siobhan, about the resolutions in the paper. We thought we were in violent agreement with Wellington Water around what we were recommending to Finance and Performance today. But as the Chair and Chief Executive have mentioned, that might be overcooking what Wellington Water requires, and that they might not be able to spend that even if it is resolved. So I think we need to bottom that out before we vote on these resolutions, before you vote on these resolutions. And if we need to help you amend those in any way, we're happy to work that out. Siobhan, anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just give a bit of context to how we got to this point. So just echoing Sarah's comment around funding decisions being for council to make, we're concentrating on the budget that is before us, which is the LTP budget. This is the first that I've seen of an adjusted budget. So the actual budget was 6.2, and that's what was set, and it's been forecasting an overspend since October. So I'm not sure what this additional information gives us.
Well, I can help with that. Can I just go back to your point, Sarah? If you take the point that our job was to forecast costs based on the funding at the beginning of the year and not make any assumptions, and we're totally clear on that. The second column in green would have been the forecast we gave you at 1 July 2021. And Councillor Condi, what you're seeing is our, in hindsight, not setting the budgets at the level that was funded based on the advice we'd got from Wellington City Council. So, that fourth column reflects Sarah's point. And so what it shows you is the budget we would have set if we'd just focused on the LTP budget. And you can see in the way we budgeted that we've expressed the full expectation around reactive maintenance, and we haven't done as much planned maintenance, monitoring and investigations. You can see the difference between the budget line B and our budget if we'd gone back into 1 July. So the second question Sarah is asking you all is that if we were asked now, could we go ahead with that remaining work, The answer is we've steadily worked through the year to plan and get that work specced up to be able to do. And we still believe, our strong view is in support of the officer's view that that we should do this adjustment because we will reduce risk across the network.
Thank you, Colin.
I've still have a number of questions and don't even really feel like that first one has been properly answered yet.
Okay. Councillor Conde, sorry to interrupt you, but I just would like to say, I think at this stage, we'll carry on with the questions, but I just want to flag that it sounds like we may not be able to move this paper right here and now. It might need to be pushed either to the end of the meeting or for another meeting. But so I just want to assure you that when we get through the questions, we'll probably take the lunch break and then see what can be done. But please carry on with your line of questioning. That's no problem.
That makes sense. Thank you, Chair. So, Colin, if I understand what you've just said, I'm just going to repeat back what I think I've heard just to make sure that we're on the same page, is that this budget, the adjusted budget line, is kind of the budget that you always had intended or planned to spend in your mind. That you were always intending to spend $11 million on reactive maintenance, and you were always intending to spend less on planned maintenance and monitoring and investigation. And I guess I'm really struggling with that, because that, why you would bring us a budget that doesn't actually state what it is your actual spending plans are. I don't understand how our staff or us as councillors can actually do our jobs if we don't know what your actual intentions for spending are.
I think that's a really fair question. You've understood me correctly, and this is an internal budget provision by Wellington Water that's gone back to the beginning of the year.
You're talking about this budget, Colin.
Yeah, we fully accept that it was inappropriate for us to, budget making an assumption that what might or might not happen with council, and we had no poor intentions there, other than to signal to our staff that we wanted to try and keep focusing on being more proactive. And if we'd been asked to set a budget without anticipating, it is in that fourth column, Councillor, as you've suggested. And I'm sorry for the confusion, but if you can understand that our intentions were good, but as Sarah and Siobhan have said, it's not our job to anticipate what would happen into the future. We should have just run a clean budget up in the first place around the current allocation in the LTP. But on top of that, though, we still believe that we support the recommendation, because the work that we can carry on doing in preventive maintenance and monitoring investigations, and additional reactive maintenance is very good to reduce risk across the network.
Thanks, Colin. Just checking with staff, have staff seen this adjusted budget? Our Wellington City Council staff, have you seen this adjusted budget prior to this meeting?
No, this is the first we've seen of this.
Okay, so yeah, we may need to take some time over the lunch break to figure out if that has implications for the recommendations. I wanted to come back to the stimulus funding, which we're now proposing to use to make up the shortfall in reactive maintenance. At the time of the long-term plan, when this budget was set, what was the stimulus funding planned to be spent on? Was it budgeted to be spent already on something else?
Do you want me to answer that question, or are you going to answer it? Do you want me to answer it?
I can answer it. So as per the recommendation, what the proposal is that the planned spend was to be spent on renewals. So it was capital spend on renewals, and I think it was Pūroro. Because the capital line of the main budget is underspent, we have the opportunity to move the renewals that was planned for in the stimulus funding program into the main budget line. So it gives you that headroom that can be then cover this OPEX shortfall.
Okay, so now I'm getting confused again, because if at the time that this original budget was set, we already were intending to spend the stimulus capex funding on renewals in Pūroro. And Colin, I'm confused once again why you were expecting there would be some additional funding available from that same stimulus funding, which was already committed, that it would be available to cover reactive maintenance if we were already had committed that funding to renewals in Pūroro.
Because we put up a proposal to council before the year started to reverse the renewals out of the capital projects and fiscal stimulus into council's capex, because capex at that stage was forecast to be underspent, and that enabled us to bring money that would free up money in the fiscal stimulus that we could apply to OPEX in the current year. And we argued that because at the time we set the original fiscal stimulus, which was somewhat a year earlier, we had underestimated the impacts of the O&M on the council networks. And so we proposed that it would be better to maximise the OPEX and the fiscal stimulus by doing this move and applying it to the networks. The mistake we made, Councillor, is that we made an assumption in our budgeting that was going to be a successful operation when we should have just reset the budget without making that assumption.
Yes, can we get maybe some clarification from Wellington City Council staff about when those requests were made and what process that went through?
Yep, so as Colin stated, the original request was made in March 2021. The advice back to Wellington Water at that time was not to pursue that because we wanted to get additional information on what was causing the additional OPEX pressure. And it's not been until February this year that we've been able to identify what the source of that additional OPEX pressure has been.
Okay, thank you. I think that I'm going to pause my questions for now and allow somebody else to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. I didn't want to interrupt your thread where you're on it. So, okay, Councillor O'Neill. I'm sorry, Councillor Panis. My apologies.
Thank you.
Can you just drop that off the screen, Linda, please?
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for answering the questions. So look, I haven't got a financial background like Councillor Condi. So just following on from her questions, Siobhan, when Linda talked about these emergency requirements, this is your understanding, just to be very clear for the public too, who might want to understand what's going on?
So as I understand it, the reactive maintenance covers all unforeseen events. There is an arrangement for very significant unforeseen events to be dealt with outside of our main budget, which was agreed last year. But you need to be able to you need to include all of those events to give yourself an idea of what the total reactive maintenance spend is in any given year.
I guess what I'm just trying to understand is should this have been foreseen?
So if I think about how we deal with our transport budgets, for instance, we have planned maintenance and reactive maintenance. We would always take the previous year's reactive as a bit of a trend to determine what we should be budgeting. Yeah, it was quite surprising to see that the budget was so significantly lower than previous year's spend.
Okay. Colin and Linda, could I just go on to the fluoridation issue now? Colin, as I said to you last night, and following on from Councillor Fitzsimon's question, do you need any more money? Because we certainly would have funded you for fluoridation. I know it's not it's Greater Wellington's asset, but there is no way that any council would have refused funding for something like that. So do you feel confident to be able to ask for the money that you need to make sure that all of our infrastructure is working properly?
We've presented to Greater Wellington Regional Council on that, Councillor, and they've assured us that all of the money necessary to make the changes is available. So there's no restriction on funding or effort. The issue is that we should have addressed it earlier.
Is there any reason why you didn't address it earlier?
Sorry, just interrupt. I know there's like the fluoridation, and I think that it's quite a big thread to that. So I wonder whether that could be dealt with with Friday's meeting, which I know will form part of this questioning. So sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Pennant, but I think it's a very broad question, and I think it's going to be a very comprehensive answer that will be needed.
Right, I'm going to put some of this in writing then, because obviously I can't speak at that meeting.
Yeah, and I think that's important that we get and we can get those through to Councillor Rush.
So the next question then is, what I also didn't understand is, before you stop fluoridating, Colin, wouldn't it have been worth a phone call to Campbell just to say, hey, this is what we're thinking, we really need to do this, this is the justification, and here's the mitigation plan to assure Wellingtonians they can still get fluoridated for up to 9 months?
Councillor, we fully admit we did not manage the stakeholder relationships as well as we would have liked to. We're now focused on putting that right as quickly as we can, giving advice to consumers and customers about what to do in the absence of fluoride, making sure we go back over the last few years and be very clear around what we did or didn't do around the dosing of fluoride, and to get on and fix it. And the organisation is now fully focused on that, and that's our purpose.
I did have a look at that media release around the public health advice, and I found it a bit unhelpful, because it was basically standard dental advice, like that you shouldn't drink sugary drinks and you should clean your teeth twice a day. So obviously this is coming from experts, but is that really enough to assure Wellingtonians that they will get the fluoridation that they need for a significant period of time?
Well, we just have to accept that they are the experts in this area. They've been very clear that we're a drinking water provider, and it's up to them to provide that public health. We're certainly happy if you've got some suggestions to go back and share that with them, but that's their advice to date.
Okay, well, obviously I'm not an expert. Just last quick question. I presume that all money that Wellington City gives to Wellington Water is only spent in Wellington City? Still the case?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I have some more questions on the second paper as well, but I'll just focus on the first one. How much responsibility does Wellington Water take for the provision of safe drinking water and the water that is discharged into our harbour when there is an overflow?
I'm sorry, you've just asked that question again. I'm sorry, I was focusing on the OPEX budget, but you've changed gear on me and I might not have concentrated well enough, Councillor, sorry.
No, sorry. In the first paper, Wellington Water outlines, sorry. My first question to you is, how much responsibility does Wellington Water take for safe drinking water, stormwater and wastewater management in our city?
Well, if I understand...
Sorry, Colin, I think that's quite a comprehensive question, and I'm just trying to tie it in. Are you talking about this in relation to the Q2 report, or are you talking about this in relation to the current year overspend?
This is a question in regards to the values that underpin Wellington Water. And the second part of the question, which I got a bit confused about before, is the paper on Wellington Water Limited quarterly report and point number 6 on dry weather sewage overflows. And I guess what's your relationship and responsibility that Wellington Water takes, both on the fluoridation issue, and I'm interested in your response around healthy discharges.
I'm just going to, sorry, Councillor O'Neill, but I'd like to just keep a very specific question because I'm very conscious that that would be, that's a long answer. It's a long answer that might be best dealt with at the infrastructure committee meeting next week, when there's a bit broader, with the whole CapEx and OpEx and all of that aspect. So
Okay.
just, unless is there something I know that you need answering to be able to help you with the two papers, or is this something that can wait? Because I really want to keep the questions focused on what can help us answer these questions, but understanding that there is a lot of public interest in this matter right here and now, which is why I've sort of allowed sort of slightly broader questions as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep them to the specific questions now. So my partai is on point 6 of the quarterly report and the discussion section. The paper outlines a number of sewage overflows and given the poor condition of network assets. So my question to you is, what extra work is going to be needed to prevent sewage overflows into our harbours and respective harbours? And obviously we can't aim for 0 discharges, but what reassurance can you give us that these will be minimised in the coming year?
So you've asked, there's a question in there for the asset owner, which is which is Wellington City Council, and there's a question in there for the your trusted operator, which is Wellington Water. And I agree with your comment that 0 is not achievable. We are operating networks that are approaching 100 years old, and we understand that they need substantive renewal over time. We've passed that advice to you through the LTP, and so we just got to keep on that track of investing to improve the networks. But the second thing that causes overflows, the 4 that you're pointing out, is customer behaviour. So largely we find there's 2 types of issues. There's either a failure in the network that is unexpected that results in a dry weather overflow, or it's the behaviour of our customers by throwing material or fats and rags down there. And you would be surprised of how many of those dry weather overflows are actually caused by obstructions in the network and a build up in fats and rags. It's quite common. So the answer there from our point of view is to keep investing in renewals, but also to keep reminding people that wastewater networks are only for the 3 Ps.
Cool. Thank you, Colin. My second question is, what monitoring do we undertake when discharges happen into our lagoon or other things? I note in the paper that you talk about measuring E. coli levels in freshwater sites, but I'm interested what tests we perform on, whether that's customer behaviour, what are the trends that we are seeing, and are there any things that we should be really concerned about? I'm coming from an ecological perspective of things that live in our water.
Chair, you're going to have to give me some help here, because this question I think is related to another paper about consenting of overflows. Is it? Have I got that correct, or is it not?
Sorry, Colin, I was focusing on point 8 in terms of freshwater sites and
I
testing.
see. Yes, I see. Sorry,
my apologies. Later.
My apologies, Councillor. Yes, so just run the question by me again so I can answer it.
In this paper, it outlines that Wellington Water tests for E. coli in dry weather samples. My question to you is, what other things do we test for, and is there anything we should be concerned about that we are testing for in terms of what appears in our freshwater samples or what is discharged through stormwater and other things like that?
Yeah, our primary focus is on E. coli, councillor, in the freshwater networks. The Greater Wellington Regional Council, I think, does test other things. We discussed this with you at the LTP of 2131, and you agreed to invest in a trial, what we call, I think it was called roving crews in those days, or Know Your Pipes, and those crews are going around endeavouring to find cross connections or poor installations on private properties to see if we can reduce the E. coli in those rivers and streams. Pūroro Bay is a good example where we were starting to trial that. So it's a small effort, but a good effort. and we could certainly give you a better update on how that's going.
That's good. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, I guess in a similar vein to some of the questions that have been asked, I'm kind of concerned about the asset management regime. And I guess in terms of our drinking water, Colin, how would you describe the testing that's done, and what contractual arrangements have you in place with Greater Wellington to ensure that our drinking water is A grade, as I always was led to believe it was?
I think that question relates to the provision of safe drinking water, and in addition, the provision of fluoride as a public health benefit. So I think that's the question. In terms of providing safe drinking water, we are just 100% focused on that. It's our primary purpose. It's where all of our effort and energy goes, to make sure that we collect the water, we filter it and treat it, and discharge it to all residents of Wellington, with the appropriate amount of chlorine in it, and that is fully tested, at the treatment plants, through the networks, to show that we meet all of the requirements of the regulations. The difficulty is there, Councillor, is that the Taumata Arowai is changing the way we assure councillors and the public about how we provide safe drinking water. In the past, it's been more of an annual test regime, but in the future, Taumata Arowai will require all drinking water suppliers to show that they have a risk-based assessment of undertaking, of reducing risks across their network, active testing all the time, and assuring people on a real-time basis that we are providing those services. It's a step change that's going to happen over what has been already underway for the last 6 to 9 months. And we are trying to act as an exemplar on behalf of our owners to show that we provide that service. And we've got, I think you're going to get a presentation on regulation shortly, but we feel very comfortable that we are paralleling and meeting the future requirements of Taumata Arowai. And so I don't think there's any doubt in our minds that we provide safe drinking water every day to all of the residents of Wellington.
So you mentioned an annual test, but then you also mentioned that you test continuously right through the system. I assume you're not just having an annual test on the quality of our drinking water.
No, sorry. There's an annual assessment by the Ministry of Health to show that we meet all of the requirements.
Okay.
That is now superseded by Taumata Arowai, who will require an ongoing test at all times to show that you're actively managing risks and can show you're delivering safe water. So it's a higher bar. Taumata Arowai's introduction as a drinking water regulator is a higher bar for all councils and operators.
Okay, a continuous test. So you'll be taking samples daily or very, very regularly?
The new regulations that they've passed are quite specific about how that is done, Councillor. So we're now bound by a very strong regulator to deliver services as per their specifications.
I guess my question then, I'm comforted, but my question is then about the
Deputy Mayor, can I just ask that you just keep the questions to the actual paper? I don't want to, again, too much of a broader thing.
Okay, well, I will put some questions in writing about asset management and further questions, because, there are, how many, can I just ask one more about the assets? How many fluoride plants do we have that we're talking about being old?
There's 4, one at Wainuiomata, one at Gear Island, one at Waterloo, and one at Timarua.
And they're all about the same age?
Yes, they're all about the same age, but if the issues we've had is in 2 of those plants, Councillor.
Yeah, I know, I did know that. Thank you. And the other question I've got is about the paper and the funding. Do you have the ability to deliver if we were to approve a bigger budget, or to approve the budget you've asked for? Would you have the ability, staff-wise and resources and everything given that we're going through, would you have the ability to deliver it?
Well, as a consequence of the inspection Siobhan has given us, we have reforecasted that for her. We have gone back based on the assumption that if you were to give that approval today, we've given a forecast of the work we could do to the end of the year, and said that extraordinary items aside, for example, COVID infections in our crews and everything, we believe we can carry on with the work that the chair described to you that's on hold pending this decision.
And would we have the ability to see a bit of a breakdown as to how you would be spending that money? Not the reactive, obviously, but the planned.
Of course, we can give you the whole breakdown. I'd have to say that through the inspection of your Chief Infrastructure Officer, we've raised our standards considerably in terms of how we lay out our, the budgets we provide for this. And I'm very confident we could give you a better breakdown.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Just before I got one last question from Councillor Condi. I've just been communicating with our Chief Financial Officer, and subject to what happens over the lunch break, this paper will likely be moved to Council for a decision. So just wanted to flag that, Council, at the end of the month. But we'll need to just check the correct process over the lunch break. But Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to come back to the adjusted budget column that you were talking about. And just first of all, can you let me know when was that adjusted budget prepared and when did you start using it internally?
I would have to give you that answer. I'm sorry, Councillor, I wouldn't want to guess.
Okay, sure. The other thing I wanted to follow up on the adjusted budget is that while you at the long-term plan, you were saying to us that we were funding more proactive maintenance and more network condition assessment. That was one of the key things we were told we were providing additional OPEX funding for in the long-term plan. But according to your adjusted budget, you were never intending to spend those significant additional amounts of money on proactive maintenance or network condition assessment, because under the adjusted budget, those numbers are significantly lower than what we thought we were funding through the long-term plan. Can you explain to me why that happened?
I honestly feel that the only way I can't do it justice in this. I can answer the question, but it would be better to sit down and go through it, because it's a very awkward question, because it comes back to the fact that you have in front of you, a budget that we made assumptions on at the start, and we can show how that budget was not appropriate for the full funding we were given. And we've now laid out a budget we would have gone through from the 1st of July 2022, 1st of July 2021, and that would have been an optimised budget based on the funding we got, assuming the reactive maintenance, we would have received during the year, Councillor. So it would be in our best endeavours to do as much preventative maintenance and monitoring investigation as we can, but it always has to be balanced out by the amount of reactive, because it is what it is. We can't really forecast that. We always have to balance back onto that. So that budget we have in front of you today is a genuine, up-to-date view around how much we would do based on the current budget we've got to the end of the year. So we've always taken your direction to try and endeavour to do more preventative maintenance and monitoring investigation throughout the year. And we try very hard as an organisation to do that, but it can only be done over and above what the current forecast reactive is. And if that goes up, we have to reduce preventative maintenance and monitoring investigation. It's the way we balance our budgets.
Okay, I think that'll be a matter that we can probably pick up prior to the paper coming to Council in the next week or so. The other final question that I have is we heard from Siobhan Proctor that you requested a finance change in March of 2021, which City Council staff didn't approve because they were asking or waiting for additional information, which apparently was never provided. And in the official question and answer document, I asked when our staff asked you for information about the overspend, and the answer was they asked for more information in November last year, which was provided in late February. And my question for you is, does that seem like an appropriate turnaround time for providing information from your staff back to our staff when they have questions about these kinds of details?
Colin, can I just make a suggestion that you be a bit blunt here?
We like bluntness.
Because from a governance
of this.
perspective, I'm sitting here and my understanding is that we provided information on a regular basis to officials. And Colin is very careful all the time, and it's why he's so good at his job. But sometimes maybe blunt is a little bit easier, where from our perspective, we have endeavoured very clearly at all points to provide the information that is required. And we are in a situation where the board is very uncomfortable at having potentially a $1.5 million overspend for legitimate reasons nonetheless, but we're in this position because of assurances given by officials from Wellington City Council. And so I think that there are times when it is necessary to maybe talk a little bit more frankly, that it may not be completely clear that information was requested in November and not provided till February is perhaps not quite as clear an outline of events as maybe took place. Sorry, Colin.
Ooh. So I think, Councillor Condi, I think there's going to be, I think we've got a number of questions we need answering, and there may still be more, but I wonder whether and we could go down that line of questioning, but I just wonder whether we put that to one side just right at the moment. Are you comfortable with that? Have you got other questions that you'd like to ask?
No, I agree with you, Chair. I think it's best that we take these things up as we work towards the paper coming to council.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Look, before we do, I do have a couple of minor questions. One is, when you're doing reactive maintenance, do you sometimes find that, to fix that, it might be easier to do some proactive maintenance in time? And has that had an impact?
Well, that comes back to, Councillor Condi's, point, I think, is that we have accepted over our discussions that we were getting close to being largely reactive on Wellington City Council networks. What we mean by largely reactive is we just run around and fix the faults as they occur. And what we wanted to do was to start to do more planned maintenance and inspection. So what we mean by that is doing work that give us better information to optimise the renewals into the future, but also to replace valves and free up valves and do pre and post storm inspections. So the impact of an event is less on council budgets as a consequence of doing smart planned work. So that was the signal that we gave to you as part of the LTP. Councillor reminds us that's exactly what you wanted to invest in. And so we are doing elements of that to a bigger degree than we've done in the past. And you should be seeing the benefits of that in terms of less impact on reactive. But it's because it's such a big system, it's very hard to run a balance sheet on that. We know that good, smart investment in planned maintenance reduces risk and should make your reactive maintenance more manageable. And we wanted to go in that direction.
Thank you. And just one little point I want to, you mentioned something about Pūroro, and my ears pricked up, and I think that was out of the at the stimulus budget. So could you just clarify? Are you saying not to spend the money in Pūroro, or I just would, if you could clarify that for me.
Yeah, you had $20 million of fiscal stimulus money. And you spent 7.11 million of that on renewals, and that work is all done. You supported a proposal to get renewals done in the Pūroro area, what we called fast track renewals, to try and to improve the condition of that network. All that work has been complete. So if I maybe hand it over to Siobhan to explain what would happen if you went forward with the proposal.
Thank you. And Siobhan, I see you've got your hand up as well, so you may have a question or comment. Yeah.
So in the question and answers, there's a list of projects that Wellington Water supplied that won't be done and have been pushed out of our capital renewals line. So there's that. The reason I had my hand up is I do want to respond to Linda. In terms of the information requests, we have made multiple requests to Wellington Water for more detailed information about the breakdown of their requests for more OPEX. They have been forecasting an OPEX overspend since August last year, and we have been increasingly trying to get to the bottom of what is causing that overspend. Now, it has taken till February and for Colin to get some additional help in on the reporting to provide us that clarity, which has led to the paper in front of you today.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Now, look, I think that we are far too confused at the moment to make sensible decisions. But what I am going to ask is it possible for you to provide a summary of everything you've spent money on, reasonably detailed for us on our behalf over the last financial year? Because I feel that I don't understand it. And I would also like to see proper asset management schedules for our assets presented to us as governors, so that we know that we are giving you everything you need to look after the water network for Wellington. At the moment, I don't feel there's clarity about what you're trying to achieve on our behalf, or clarity about what's been done. And this is a very uncomfortable position for me as a governor, and I can't, myself, I don't feel confident to approve anything further until it's crystal clear.
Can I just make a comment on the second point, which is
Sure.
about moving forward? Your Chief Infrastructure Officer has laid out a very clear standard for Wellington Water to lay out for its asset management plans for 22-23. If I got that right, 22-23. We completely accept the level of detail that she requires for that. We are now fully focused on delivering that over the next three months, and I'm very confident that we can lay that out in front of you. It won't have any of the ambiguity of this year. It'll be very clearly laid out against the budget you've provided and the level of service we'll give you and the risks you will take as a council. I have absolutely no doubt that we'll be able to provide the asset management plan that you require. And I can, very clearly say that your Chief Infrastructure Officer is holding a very good line on that.
And I know she is excellent, actually, and that is giving me confidence. And that, we do have transparency there. But I am interested in what's also happened historically, and I want.
Yes, we'll be able to do that.
Yeah, and so look, guys, I am not going to move this paper today. It will be forwarded to the council. The recommendations would have had to go to council anyway. So what will happen is this paper will go before council at the end of the month. It hasn't been moved or seconded as yet, so we are able to do that. I think that will enable more time to provide us with some clarity and to also allow a bit more time if any of the officers' recommendations need to be adjusted in any way. But what I would encourage, if you do have any further specific questions, is to make sure that you send them through to our Chief Infrastructure Officer to make sure that it can be addressed and in the paper, so that when it does come before council, we have all the available information that we need, given what, and I know some other councillors have asked for other information, in particular around the fluoride issue. And if they can forward those through to Councillor Rush, I'm not sure whether the Mayor's on the committee as well, that he can make sure that those questions get asked at Friday's meeting in terms of that. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want a question of process. Like, I understood if you want to lay a paper on the table, you either need agreement of the meeting or agreement from the CEO to withdraw it. And I just wondered whether that is correct, and if so, which one you're proposing.
Well, the officers have advised me that it's not, since it's not officially up for debate in the meeting, we can. The comment is we can either just leave it or after the questions, with the understanding it'll be on the council agenda 31 March. So Heidi, can you provide some advice in terms of, do we need to formally move that, or?
Yes, my advice is that because the item hasn't been formally moved or seconded as yet, if there's no mover for a motion, nothing can happen.
It hasn't even been put on. I mean, I just understand this from when I've tried to get things off the agenda. I've been told there's two options: get a resolution or the CEO to remove it. And that's, so, you know, there hasn't been tested whether there's a mover.
I'm going to move it.
And I did correspond with the CFO, who was comfortable that we did move this to council at the end of the month.
Perhaps, sorry, Chair, perhaps if we just ask the Chief Executive whether she's comfortable with removing it from the agenda, that might resolve Councillor Fitzsimon's question immediately.
Through you, Chair, given there are clearly a number of questions yet to be answered, I think it's prudent for me to withdraw this item from this agenda, if that's the easiest way to achieve it, and bring it to the council meeting as proposed, so that we can more fully address those questions and some of the things that have been said today.
Thank you. But it's been a very useful Q&A, because I think what this has done is help clarify what we do know and what we don't know, and so hopefully the debate on and discussion on this paper at council at the end of the month will go relatively smoothly, and it will also follow the Wellington Water Committee meeting and the infrastructure meeting next week. So anything that comes out of that can be factored in as well. Okay, well, look, it's nearly 5 to 1. I think everybody deserves a lunch break. And before we get back into it, I suggest a 45-minute break, which will take us through to 22 2. Are there any other comments? No, can't see anybody. So I think everybody's agreeing on that. So we will resume at 1:40.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin and Linda as well.
Thank you.
So right, Heidi, Emily, are you there?
Yes, we're here, just getting people to turn their cameras on.
Okay, thank you. So if anybody's here, turn their cameras on. Or we've got a thumbs up from Councillor Paul, so she's here. Right, I hope everyone had a chance for a bit of a lunch. I'm still drinking my coffee. Okay, next item on the agenda is 2.1 health, safety and security. This is an in-between report from our main reports, and really because of the environment we're in at the moment, and wanting just to make sure our staff are in the best possible position. So look, can I welcome Wendy Henderson, our health, safety and security manager, and Meredith Blackler, our executive leadership team member in this area. I'll leave you to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. As you indicated, we did submit a noting paper as a monthly update for February, which we will assume that you have read. However, Meredith and I will today update you on a number of things over and above that, particularly on staff wellbeing, COVID and workload impacts, and the health and safety assessments that we've completed. So we'll tag team this a little bit. I'll just start off with staff wellbeing, especially around COVID. So positive staff COVID cases continue to be reported. As at yesterday, we have had 157 staff in total who have had or currently have COVID-19. 67 in the last 7 days, just to give an indication of what's happened in the last week or so. This is 8.2% of staff. So overall, we believe this is a relatively low percentage. And we believe that that's due to our vaccination policy and our current CVP mandates, which have contributed to that. As previously reported, we have a range of measures in place to protect staff and reduce the spread. And that includes the N95s or K2 masks for frontline staff, with the exception of pools, of course, restrictions that are in place, and some staff working from home. Staff are starting to feel the impacts of a long 2 years, including the psychological impact of recent protests, as will most Wellingtonians. It is fair to say that there is a collective weariness and people are tired, and that's early into this year. There is a heightened level of anxiety around COVID and staying healthy. We are doing our best at keeping staff updated daily on our cases, and have included additional wellness messaging around that. We also understand that some of those daily updates can also add to some of that anxiety, and have given staff the option of not receiving those updates by putting or placing in various inbox rules. We definitely ensure that EAP and we want to refer to obviously the wellbeing resources we've already made available to them. Messaging to managers also includes looking after their own wellbeing, because they've had to carry a lot over the last 2 years, and we're mindful that once that wellbeing bucket is empty, it's hard to support others. So it's really important that managers get that message as well. You would have also noted that the focus on wellbeing within the report with a number of initiatives, which hopefully have been read. Just in terms of the workload impacts, despite sitting at 8.2% positive cases, we are feeling the impacts of our workload and ability to operate, particularly in our operations area. An example of that is Keith Spry Pool, who have roughly around 40 staff, have had 14 staff that have had COVID in the last 2 weeks. Some of those staff are swim instructors, where controls are lessened, so they can't wear masks and things like that. Reported tiredness after COVID infection, so we definitely need to be mindful of this and the potentials of long COVID.
So I was having trouble unmuting.
That's all right.
Thanks, Wendy. I won't make you do my bit. So I just want to quickly brief you around what we're doing around a review of our health and safety assessments for both our roles and facilities. So as you are all aware, with the ever-changing environment regarding to COVID, impending government announcements, and the recent Yardley versus Minister of Workplace Relations case, we have commissioned an independent review of our health and safety assessments, both the roles and the facilities relating to our vaccinations policy. And this is because our policy, our CVP mandates, and even the new RAP policy are specific to a point in time. So it's a changing health environment, changing government guidance, updated research and technology, and obviously with the variants of COVID. So therefore, a policy and decisions made before COVID was highly active in the community is no longer as relevant or up to date as it is once than it was at that point in time. So, for example, we've introduced rapid antigen tests, or Omicron is now the main current variant as opposed to Delta, or obviously with change in government legislation and guidelines. And we understand that next week there will be an announcement as to what we can expect around the vaccine passes and the mandates in the near future from our government. So for this independent assessment, we're seeking to understand, is our rationale and health and safety assessment for CVP still warranted in March 2022? Is our vaccination policy still warranted? And if yes, do we need to make any changes for the next 2 to 3 months? Noting that we will need to keep reviewing this on a regular basis. And to be clear, we're not asking about efficacy of the vaccination, rather only an assessment based on what the government advice is around vaccination in conjunction with our own assessments and determinations, for example, our CVP mandates. Legislation passed through Parliament last week, which allows unvaccinated school children over 12 years and 3 months to access sites without vaccination to participate in sports. So that is regardless of whether or not the site is CVP or vaccine mandated or not. So it took effect immediately, so on Saturday, and we have bookings this week where with colleges where this will now be happening. So the team have had to work through this and how this will be safely managed and the impacts on our staff. For clarity, this does not extend to a student who is casually attending any of our facilities or participating in a non-school team or training activity. Under these conditions, the student is to be treated the same as with the general public. So that's where we've got to with that, and we'll open up to questions.
Thank you, Meredith. And before we go to Councillor Young, just following on from that, one quick question is, you said you're getting an independent assessment, which is good to hear. Because things are changing so quickly, is that potentially out of date before we even get it?
Well, it may be moot depending on what the government announces next week. But we also need to make sure in the meantime, because it's not, the government aren't suddenly going to say from next Friday, that's it. We are going to have a period of time undoubtedly. So we need to make sure that it's still relevant for now, and that we have done our very best to make sure that those health and safety roles and assessments for our sites are still relevant until that time that the government lifts their own restrictions and mandates as well.
Thank you. Councillor Young?
So actually my question is about the health and safety of this Zoom regime, Meredith, because last week we spent long grueling sessions sitting down, and one day we had a 15-minute break for lunch, and I just think, are we in breach of our own kind of requirements?
Well, I do agree that sitting on a laptop all day isn't ideal, and that there should be built-in regular stretches. We actually do have guidelines on how to safely work from home, and we would be very happy to share those with our councillors and our chairs to remind you to have regular breaks. I was pleased to see it was 45 minutes, not 30.
That would be a good idea. It's just normally, if we're down at council, I've got walking down to council, walking back. This time I can have days when I just don't even go outside my front gate.
I hear you.
You can start a politicians' union, Councillor Young.
No, it's just, I'm concerned about all your health. You've got young families to look after and you don't want to keel over. So, Meredith, it would be good if you could send those out to councillors because, I want us all to be fighting fit because we've got a big year ahead of us.
Sure do. Absolutely, not a problem.
Thank you.
I think it also relates to how we schedule meetings as well, giving enough time between them and that. So, despite a heavy workload. One of the comments, I think, Wendy, it was you making, that we've got a very low percentage of positive cases for COVID, but I'm assuming that a number of staff have families and or live in households with more, not just themselves. So presumably that will be having an impact as well on people having to isolate.
Yes, definitely. And that is the case. We do have a number of staff that are either household contacts, and that does have an impact. And so I think the fact that we have moved to a hybrid way of working for those that can has helped. And the message has been for people to be, and managers to be, flexible around that. And the feedback that we have had is that in the main, that is how we are working. We're being very flexible with that. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different story with the front-facing operational staff that can't perhaps work from home, but there are provisions in place to also support those staff.
Can I just add, Councillor Calvert, that interestingly, of the case numbers that we have of staff, the majority are actually those that are office-based workers getting it from their families. To your point, it's the younger children bringing COVID home, unfortunately.
I'm pleased to see it's not councillors being super spreaders. Okay, Councillor Young, you still got your hand up? Do you have another question? No. Okay. All right. Look, I'm going to, if there's no further questions, I will move into debate now.
Chair, Councillor Foon has her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Foon, I didn't see that.
It's all right. It was a bit late in the piece. Kia ora, Wendy and Meredith. I guess I just have a question about, that idea that we might be at the bottom of the bucket, and I'm hearing this across many organisations, like we're really on the last legs, and we've got a strategy to just try and keep support there. But have we got a bit of a long-term view on maybe the bounce back and recovery opportunities for people?
It's actually a really hard one, Councillor Foon. And globally, this has been experienced, and we will be looking overseas, towards the UK, particularly to see how they have managed post the peaks and what they've put in place. I also think that going forward, we will see a very different dynamic in our workforce, and that we're not going to go back to the way we were before in the way that we view things. So there's also a lot of grieving to do. There's the pandemic fatigue. And when I say grieving, not necessarily about those that are lost, because we do have a lot of staff members who do have family overseas or who have lost loved ones to COVID. But the grieving of the way that things have gone for the last 2 years of not being together, or the importance of social connectivity, which is a really big determiner of our well-being in the workplace. So we will have to work hard on that, and also note the global trends that have happened with the Great Resignation, for example, and we're beginning to see, that same effect in New Zealand as well. So it's a fantastic thing that the borders are opening for many of our staff to be able to get away, to see loved ones overseas, particularly if they are migrants to New Zealand, and haven't been able to see them for a couple of years. So we'll work continuously, of course, and update our wellbeing program, our new Being Well at Council program, to make sure that we address those things. Top of mind for me is around long COVID, and what we will see as an employer around that, and how we're going to manage that. So we'll be putting some more thought into that and come back to you.
Thanks, Meredith. Thanks, Wendy. It's going to be a long game, right? It already is a long game.
Yeah, I kind of liken it to a comet with a very long tail, and the long tail will include the weariness and the mental health issues that we are seeing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your mahi.
Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, Chair, just snuck in there. I note that a lot of the public service has adopted extended sick leave days for staff members who have had long COVID or have had to take more time out. What's the Wellington City Council policy on extra sick leave for our staff and kind of accommodating and acknowledging the situation? Have we increased that?
Great question. And as a good employer, I'm very pleased to say that we have actually great provisions for our staff. So for some of the staff, they're on contracts where they actually have additional wellness leave anyway as part of the collective. But on top of that, we've been providing discretionary leave to support those that have either contracted COVID or are required to isolate at home. So they are being well cared for in regards to our leave provisions.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move this paper. Thank you, officers, for pulling this together. I think it's really important that us as governors and as officers under the Health and Safety Workplace Act, that we are actually regularly monitoring the staff's well-being, and especially during these times with the very rapidly changing face of COVID, but also in particular because we've also had the recent protest occupation, and staff have had to stop what they were doing to work on the protest occupation. And I know many thanks has been given to the staff for doing that, but we appreciate that it does just adds to the anxiety, the well-being, and even just the workload. So, and I think it's really important that we do keep, we do monitor this on, on a regular basis. But thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Meredith, for pulling this report together. And it's also more of an opportunity for us just to get an up-to-date picture and where things are at, and for us to be so that we're also transparent with the public as well. The customers of Wellington City Council. So and understand the environment that we're all working in. So I move this motion. I wonder whether Councillor Fern would like to second. Do you wish to speak?
Only to just if I could reflect some of the positivity coming through from Mr. John Allen this morning, that it may reach layers of the organisation, that there is hopefully some changes which will put a different spring in our step. But just want to thank everyone that is working so hard on holding us all together and looking after our well-being at this time. And it's greatly appreciated from all of our governors, I'm sure.
Thank you. Is there any debate? No, so I think we I think officers, you can take that as everyone is in unison to what we've and support what we've been hearing. So I'll ask you now to vote, please.
That's 11 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Declare the motion carried. Now, we're not doing development contributions just yet. We'll push that down to near the end. So we're now going on to the Wellington Regional Stadium COVID Relief Support Paper. And I invite Sarah Hay to introduce the report.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually going to let Stephen MacArthur introduce this one.
Thanks, Sarah. Look, you heard from Shane Harmon this morning. In terms of the background, they've been obviously through probably the most difficult trading in a long time. Their visitor numbers obviously hammered by COVID restrictions, and without this grant, they would be in serious trouble in terms of maintaining their core infrastructure and their staff to be ready for that optimism, Chair, that you mentioned from John Allen. So we totally recommend that this grant be given alongside Greater Wellington, I understand if they haven't decided already, certainly a recommendation from their officers to do the same. So they have, as you know, looked at their costs really carefully, reduced that where they can, but without this, they really would be in a difficult situation.
Happy to take questions though.
Are there any questions? Councillor Pennant.
Thanks for that. Possibly I shouldn't do what if questions, but given we don't know when this pandemic will end, there might be other variants. Are you confident that if they need more money again in the future, that we will be able to somehow afford that?
I mean, yeah, council's got this great ability to rate for its requirements. So we always have the ability, but it's a choice that governors have to make and weigh up against affordability, right? We are optimistic, as both Wendy and Meredith just spoke to, that the type of restrictions that we've seen in the past that have really put them at, in this financial situation, we are unlikely to see again in the same manner. So the ability to book the gigs and to get people in there may not be back to previous levels that they were, but won't be as dire as they are and have been. And the stadium just looks like it's had the worst timing luck as well between some of those lockdowns. So we are hopeful and optimistic that, this is also prudent. We are comfortable recommending this grant, that this is financially prudent.
And can I just ask, how much is the earthquake strengthening costing? Just because it was mentioned in the paper. I mean, well, you can get back to me offline.
Deirdre should be online and she will be scratching her head and hopefully have an answer. Here she is.
Unfortunately, I don't have that information, but I will get it back to you, Councillor Pennant.
Wonderful. Thanks very much.
Councillor Fan.
I felt like that maybe this question is on a similar vein to Councillor Pennant's, but maybe it's more, are we tracking this decision alongside overseas trends probably, so that we can have more comfort, not about this particular decision, but ones that we may need to make in the future?
Can you sorry, Councillor Fone, could you give an example? Just help me understand the question.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at the way that COVID has impacted overseas, and there are trends in the way that people are coming back together and businesses picking up, is this decision, you know, I guess I'm asking about long-term decisions that we may need to make again, i.e. what's the B plan if we are in this situation again in 6 to 8 months? I just want to know, are we basing this decision on a trend that's happening overseas?
Councillor Fone, I mentioned the other day in the Councillor ELT only session that in terms of the Australian experience, there is a bounce back. And, you know, we're looking at that and thinking about that in terms of not only our CBD, but when you look at the planned events and the things that John Allen talked about, that will really kickstart the economy. But with borders reopening, the lift of restrictions that Meredith talked about, we are optimistic that that same trend will continue in terms of recovery. I think there's quite a lot of unknowns, as you well know, but that's kind of the best information that we have at present.
And by supporting the stadium now, what we're balancing is the ability to be ready to deliver on that bounce back. And if we don't provide that support and the staffing reduces, the works reduce, and they can't either deliver on or attract that additional those additional numbers, the longer term financial impact would be worse.
A stitch in time then. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, well, I will move the motions and recommendations in front of us. I think, as Councillor Foons just said, a stitch in time. This is the stadium is one not where you can hold lots of little small events. It's designed for big events, and they have been severely impacted by COVID. They've proven to be very much part of our city and what our city offers. Even even in the last month, just how they helped the city in terms of dealing with the protest, and they were able to pivot to do that. So look, this is something that, you know, we've made a long-term investment in the stadium, and it's not now that we should be pulling the rug and basically giving this a grant rather than a loan. There's no money there, so we might as well just bite the bullet and give them the money, because it's, you know, it's trying to get blood out of a stone otherwise, because there's just nothing there, nothing left. So I'm looking for a seconder. Anybody got their hands? Oh, Councillor Fern, thank you, Deputy Chair. Would you like to speak?
Also, just to thank Shane this morning for his optimism also, and yes, also would like to acknowledge the use of the place for other events to support what's been going on in our city recently. So thank you to Shane and the team.
Would anybody else like to speak? No, so I think Shane gave a very good presentation, so let's move to the vote.
Just waiting on votes from Councillor Pennant and Liz Kelly. $11 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Right, okay. Now on to something a little bit more big part of this meeting. Q2 reports for council controlled organisations. I will welcome Stephen MacArthur, and I think we've got Warwick Hayes here to introduce the report.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you know, you recently have heard from the CEOs and chairs of each of the CCOs. The key headline was the impact of COVID, and bearing in mind that these reports ran to the end of December, and it was largely pre-Omicron in terms of what they were reporting. Obviously, our team, Anna Calver and myself and others, are working really closely with our CCOs to monitor and understand exactly how these things are playing out. You'll notice in the report that we've talked about basically coming back at the Q3 point in terms of when we know more, and of course in terms of next year, we've said we need to address that as part of the annual plan. But I guess with the changing circumstances, with potentially restrictions being lifted in quite quick time, that optimism that we talked about, we feel that it's better to wait until basically the May-June period before not only revisiting, looking at how they're tracking this year, but also more importantly for next year. Obviously the additional funding, you dealt with the stadium right now, and the rest we believe that it's best to wait until we know more about that situation. I won't go into anything else because the chief executives and chairs covered off all their highlights. I think there's some really good progress and great outcomes, putting to one side the impacts of Omicron and Delta. Happy to answer any questions, or Warwick also is online.
Are there any questions of officers? Councillor Foon? You're on mute.
I'm not sure if it can be answered today, but if it can't, but just getting an update on the bond store, just where we're at and what actually just what's the timeline for understanding the outcomes of that. Could that be answered today?
Warwick, are you online? Are you able to answer that question? Or Siobhan?
Otherwise, we'll come back.
I'm happy to come back. I think we're dealing with a lot of information at the moment, but yeah.
Apologies, I'm here. Sorry, Laurie, could you repeat the question, please?
It's all right. Just a bit, I know that you and I are in a bit of discussion, but just an update on when we can expect the outcome of the bond store, like how far away would that be for the team to know where they're at?
Yep, so they're meeting with the engineers now. We got to get that into a specific project brief. So in terms of the outcome, I think we're probably looking at least 6 to 12 months away in terms of what we're planning to do there, because we do need to go through, define what the problem is we're trying to solve, look at the options, then determine what the preferred solution is going to be.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thanks, Siobhan.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, look, we'll go. We'll move into debate. I'll move the motion, and I would just like to acknowledge the CCOs. I think they've all done their very best and gone beyond in pivoting their respective businesses to deal with the issues that we've been facing with Omicron over the last 2 years, especially as they all are pretty much relying on that visitor base. And we've certainly heard in detail this morning of the different things they've been trying, and lots of innovation happening as well, against the backdrop of keeping business running as usual. I don't think I need to say much more than that, but could I have a seconder? Maybe I'll go for Councillor O'Neill, because I think you're not on any of the boards. So Councillor O'Neill, would you like to second?
Yes, I would love to.
Would you like to speak?
Yes, just very briefly. I'm not on the boards, but I am the alternate for the Zealandia Guardians, and I just want to put a testament forward and thank all of the chief executives. I've had quite a few close interactions with them recently, just around rainbow inclusion, and I guess I just wanted to extend the real heartfelt, warm efforts of our CCOs and the ingenuity, actually, hearing Caesar present this morning, having a golden ticket and a bunch of chocolate bars. Like, who could have thought of that? It's incredible innovation, and I'm just so proud of our relationships with our CCOs, and they've all performed incredibly well in these quarterly reports. And I can't wait as a council to see what more we can do to assist them in their sustainability. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Fern?
Yes, thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I was pretty blown away again. I think cable car crew are going to get the award for the most innovation in how they are trying to reach customers in a new way. Quite amazing. But I think what I just wanted to highlight is, you know, we're not as on the ground anymore, but I just know how hard the teams are working together to stay open and to keep going. And just getting in the weeds a bit with Experience Wellington and just getting an understanding of what they are actually doing and working together and how much people are rising to the challenge has been pretty awesome. So I know that will be how it is across the board. So I really, just wanted to acknowledge all of our extended whānau and our CCOs and the work they're putting in to make sure they and our visitors and animals are all really safe as well. Thanks, Chair.
Anybody else? Yeah, well, it sounds like Cable Car probably deserves their own block of chocolate for the award for innovation. So look, I'm no right of reply other than that. So let's move to the vote.
Just waiting on a vote from Liz Kelly. That's 11 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. All right. We are now moving to the performance report quarter 2, report 2.5. I believe we've got Stephen MacArthur and Sarah Hay introducing this. I've also asked officers to provide us with a bit more information around the building consents area and limbs. If you've seen in the reports that was
The presentation to share.
the work, so that's good. So look, I'll hand it over to you for you to introduce the report.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually going to hand over to Bronwyn because she's got a very brief set of slides just to make a few highlights before we hand over to Liam and the team to do the deep dive into resource consents. So Bronwyn, if you're online, can you take that over? Thanks.
Yes, I believe the slides have gone through. If we could just bring that up. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors and Chair. I would like to introduce the Q2 report. This is the second report for our new LTP. The update is against the LTP strategic priority programs of work. As per Q1, this program of work is suffering from lag in forecast spend. At the end of Q2, it was 81% behind due to the constrained and disrupted pandemic environment they're operating under. Our operating position is largely on budget, with capital underspend likely to be more favourable towards the end of the year. Our capital program is currently sitting at 33% underspent versus our year-to-date budget. Our KPI results, 63% of our KPIs are within 10% met or exceeded their targets. This is largely consistent with Q1. Our areas of underperformance are also consistent with Q1, and these are detailed in the report. As Chair mentioned, we will be doing a deep dive into the consenting area, which we have been behind in a number of reports. I will now hand over to the finance summary to Deirdre.
Thanks, Bronwyn. Kia ora, councillors. So we just wanted to, we've just got 2 slides on the finances. We just wanted to have a look first at what is included from that Q2 reporting point of view and give you an overview of that. And then I will give a slightly forward-looking view, just in the context of some of the decisions that we're asking you to make in this committee and in some recent committees as well, so that you get an idea of what that position looks like towards the year end. So just to talk about this, remembering that this is up to 31st of December, so we were in a slightly different environment at that point. So the P&L reflects, the P&L that's in front of you in the report reflects a number of things that we've talked before, those operating pressures, particularly around parking and PSR revenue, but it also includes our capital revenue. And that slightly skews the view, and we talk about the budgeted deficit and projected deficits, but actually some of that relates to the way we account for things through the P&L. So the capital revenue impacts relate to that NZTA, mainly to that NZTA income that we get. We know that we made some decisions around the Build Back Better funding and the cycleways funding that was originally budgeted to come through NZTA funding, but that we now know some of that will not be funded, but we've still decided to go ahead with that work. So there is a forecast, a much lower forecast spend for that capital revenue, and you'll see that coming through the forecast. Again, I suppose we want to indicate that there is personnel cost pressures coming through. So while we're still under budget at the end of Q2 for our personnel costs, we are cognizant of the fact that that also includes our vacancy loading that we would have spoken to you about at budget time. So there is an 8% reduction within that personnel budget that we're carrying and we are achieving. Some of those pressures are mitigated or negated by our underspends in particularly in the contracts area and our professional costs. And again, some of that up to Q2 is timing. There's some timing around the work, particularly in professional costs relating to the district plan. And similarly in the contract space, we have struggled to spend as much as we expected on things like our basic maintenance across our property portfolio. And that's proving difficult in the environment that we're in, and so we're expecting some of that to continue. Where the forecast reflects that we expected we would catch up. Looking forward, the headwinds in that area we're expecting to still be under at year end. And then there's things that you'll note in the recommendations, like the unbudgeted payment to the World Wearable Arts, which is that budget adjustment is not included in the numbers that are in front of you. So that makes the position look worse than it would have been if we had budgeted that expense. Sorry, if I can just pop back quickly to the capital. Sorry, Hayley. Thank you. So the we're aware of the difficulty, and we spoke to you when we did that capital rephase around some of the delivery at the moment in the capital space. We'd like to point out that in December, which I suppose we were out of that level change lockdown, we were and I suppose if we could call anything a normal month in the current year, December felt like a normal month, and we delivered our capital budget in December, and in fact that capital budget of 28, or that capital spend of 28 million is the highest spend we've had in any month bar the final month of last year. So over the last 18 months, that's the second highest spend we've had. But I guess while again the forecast reflected that optimism we had in December, we're now conscious of the fact that Omicron is having a significant impact across the workforce in those capital projects. So we're currently doing our Q3 forecast, that will be completed by the end of this month, and that will give us a much better picture to bring to you when we do the Q3 reporting. Next slide, Hayley, please. Great. So like I mentioned, I just wanted to give you a sense of some of the impacts of those decisions that you've been asked to make. But I would really heavily caveat this slide by saying we don't have that Q3 forecast yet. So a lot of what this is based on is, I suppose, educated estimates based on what we're seeing coming through so far. But I just want to be really clear that this is estimates at this stage. So what we're seeing is our gross start position. And again, what I wanted to bring this back to was excluding the capital impacts on the P&L. So what we've done is we've excluded things like our NZTA revenue, our development contributions, and our labour costs that relates to projects. So that labour cost that will come through the P&L, but that gets, I suppose, moved, for the want of a better word, into capital projects. So if we take that view, our gross starting position from a budget perspective at the start of the year was a deficit of 10 million. That deficit was mitigated by the fact that we have those 11 million of savings in the budget. So that brings us back to that balanced budget from an operating point of view. Obviously, we've spoken to you already about our metered water issue. So that's a reduction in revenue of 3 million. That we're expecting, and we're expecting again, and this is one of those estimates I mentioned, but we're expecting probably a 10 million reduction in our operating revenue due to the impact of lockdowns and the protest on parking and all of those things that we've talked about. But coupled with that, we have the expense underspends. So at the minute, again, estimating that could be up to 11 million at year end, and that again is around some of that proactive minor maintenance across our property portfolio, and things like lower than expected professional costs. So moving to the decisions that you've made, we've obviously had last week the pandemic response paper, so that's an additional unexpected cost of 2 million. Wellington Water that we've spoken about this morning, and understandably I prepared this prior to this morning's discussion, but if that was approved, that's that 4.8 million. netted off with the stimulus funding if that's how we choose to fund it. And the stadium decision that you just made, and then also WOW, which we've obviously made that decision a while ago, but we weren't aware of, we weren't certain on the magnitude of that cost if it was to come through. So what that would suggest is that we have a position at the year end that is $8 million worse than what we were anticipating, what we planned for. And ultimately that 8 million will increase our debt. And I will hand back to Bronwyn for the KPI piece.
Thank you. So just reconfirming our KPI results for the year to date to December. Our overall performance is in line with Q1. 26 of the 28 exceptions that were reported were also reported in Q1. Largely our results remained unchanged. We did see some improvement against some of our measures, and only one new measure that had deteriorated, which was the additional flooding event in December. As mentioned, 63% are on track for end of year, and the little table there is the breakdown, which is from the report, of showing where they sit across our strategic areas. An area of concern has been our consenting area timeliness, and I would now like to hand over for a presentation on that area, and then we'll take questions on the report afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Thank you, Councillor Calwood. Just confirming that's my time. You ready for me now?
Yep. Yep. Go ahead.
Yep. Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, councillors. So thanks for the opportunity to come and speak to you today in relation to building, consenting and compliance current performance. Yeah, we have had some challenges in our timeliness with building consenting. So yeah, useful to come and have a conversation with you about that today. So you're aware about the current status and where we are, but also a lot of hard work that we're doing to address that. So yeah, thank you. As we move on to the next slides, some key things we just wanted to talk to you about today. Yeah, reviewing our current operation and benchmarking against the peers, just looking at how we're going compared to how other councils, particularly our metro councils around New Zealand, are doing. Outlining the current environment, the challenges and issues that we face, discuss the current actions. There's a lot of things we are doing, so just to talk about that and know that we're working very hard on that. And also just to note our forecast performance, where we hope that we're going with this as well. So moving on to the next, just a bit of context in terms of our where we are at the moment. So we've maintained a stable workforce over the last 2 years at a 4% turnover. Generally in local government, we're around 17%. And I would put that turnover, that really low turnover, down to two things. We have worked really hard on culture in the team over the last couple of years, and we have a team that has quite a positive culture. The culture has improved. A lot of the teams really work really well together. There's a lot of that were in outside of COVID. There's a lot of fun social things they do together. They do enjoy working with each other. But yeah, not to obviously another significant factor is we have improved. We have increased salaries about 18 months ago when we looked like we're going to lose a lot of staff to Pūroro. So that obviously makes a difference as well. So those two things in tandem have really reduced our turnover and do make a big difference in terms of our performance. So just looking at what we did last year, in 2021, we issued 3,000 building consents, 2,000 building warrant of fitness renewals, 2,200 code of compliance certificates. We did 31,000 building inspections. It's a really high number. Really pleased and proud of the team, what they did there. And we consented 928 new household units, so apartments and homes. And we achieved about 78% of our consents issued within the statutory time frame for the second quarter in 21-22, so in this current financial year. So yeah, that's a bit of a status of where we are, what we did last year. And just doing a bit of a comparison to peers. So I won't cover every point of this slide. There's a few things to highlight. Certainly our Metro Council peers across the country are certainly struggling to issue their consents within, we're struggling to issue our consents within 20 days in Wellington. Our Metro Council partners are certainly doing that as well. We do have a quarterly meeting with the building managers of those metro councils, just to share ideas, exchange information. But so perhaps there's just those two columns on the left I'd just like to highlight. Firstly, what's our percentage between March and September 21 issued in 20 days? So, and this is data that comes from an MB report, an MB benchmarking report. So it was 90%. So we issued 90% of our consents in 20 days in that period. So we're about middle of the pack, but we're pretty close to the top. The highest was Dunedin at 98. And then, yeah, Auckland, we look at Auckland and Tauranga, Christchurch there in the sort of 70s and even down to the 60s. So we are doing pretty well in that space in comparison. In terms of average days to issue consents, we're at 11 days, which is, yeah, right there. Well, it's equal to the best of councils there. We're equal with Kaingaora, the consenting that they've set up. So that average days is quite well. But probably, if I can just pause and linger on this point, and it's often a conversation I have with Liam and Barbara when something might have gone astray. We do, across city consenting and compliance, we issue 5,000 different approvals a year. So most of those go really well. Most of those are issued within statutory timeframes. It's the ones that don't that are the ones that escalate to me and to you and to us in the room. We only hear about the ones that don't go so well. So overall, we are doing pretty well, but that's not to pat ourselves on the back too much, because there's areas where we're not doing so well and where there's a lot of hard work that's being done in that space. So what the next slide and coming slides are about. So the current environment, our building control performance is under pressure due to a scarcity of structural engineering resources to process consents. And that is an issue, again, across the country. Our metro BCAs across New Zealand are struggling to meet those statutory timeframes. And I suppose also important to note there that those statutory timeframes are the same regardless of the complexity of the application, whether it's a minor alteration like a bathroom renovation or whether it's a high-rise building, the statutory timeframes, 20 days is the same. So we don't get any leeway for the complexity of a building. Also, just to mention, MB is experiencing the same contractor and expertise challenges in terms of delivering their services. Councillors might be aware of the determination process. If someone's not happy with a decision a council makes, they can make an application for determination by MB, basically asking MB, did council make the right decision here? MB have 60 working days to make that decision and advise. Some of those, and we've seen some examples in Wellington, are taking up to 18 months. So that's not to throw a rock at MB, but just to mention there's, I mentioned that point because there's challenges right across our industry here. So just looking at our key challenges where we are with that. So building compliance and consents, and looking particularly at structural and geotechnical engineering. So we've got increased structural and geotechnical engineering requirements are being applied due to learnings of the Christchurch earthquake. There's increasing standards and there's an increasing demand for the skilled regulatory resource for those structural engineers. We've got a large volume of complex applications that require that structural engineering input. We've had discussions in this and other forums before when I've been asked questions along the lines of, is it hard to build in Wellington? And well, to a certain extent it is. If you look at the Christchurch and the Canterbury councils, well, it's relatively easy. You just keep extending out into those Canterbury plains, whereas in Wellington, we're building a lot of houses and other buildings on cliffs, on hills. That requires structural input, whereas a really small percentage of houses in some of those other parts of the country would require structural engineering input. So that does draw upon that resource, and it does take time. It's probably, the next point is probably a really key thing for councils to be aware of. There's a real reluctance of engineers to provide structural engineering review services to councils. And there's a couple of key reasons for that. It's risk and it's liability and insurance. They don't want to get caught up in, if a building fails and they get caught up in the court case, from a profitability perspective, the fees they get and the risk they take, some of those, there's a firm that a major firm withdrew from us last year, was they said, well, look, it's just not worth for us to do this work. And they've also said, well, look, they haven't put it in quite these words, but they've said, this actually isn't the work that structural engineers aspire to do. checking other structural engineers' work. That's not the kind of cream of work that structural engineers aspire to do. So there is that aspect to it as well. The other key I mentioned about a major party pulled out last year, at the end of last year. Christchurch City Council also doing a lot of our structural reviews up until about the middle of last year, and we were keeping up with them at that point in time. But then they had their floods in the middle of last year, and they needed all that. They pulled out. They needed all their resources down there. So we'll talk in a minute about what we're doing to address those challenges, but that just provides the context. Well, Councillor Calvert, I know there's a few hands up. Do we want to pause and answer some questions, or should I keep going?
Let's just keep going on your slides, and then we'll go to the. How many more have you got slides?
Oh, there might be about 3 or 4 at the most.
Okay. I just hands up with Councillor Young, Councillor Matthews. Is this in relation to what the limbs? No.
In relation to what?
Or into the limbs or the building consents?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll take your question now, Councillor Young.
I hope I can read my writing. So the first one, these are all about consents and things. On one of the slides, Mark, and first of all, Mark, I do appreciate the fact that you are so obliging and helpful when I come to you with those tricky things that you talked about before. So
yeah,
thank you. So 78% of consents are achieved in the statutory time limit. So that's almost 25% not.
Yes, that's right. That's the other way of looking at it, yeah.
So, I mean, because I'm not a pessimist, but it's just that seems to be quite a large amount not achieved.
Yeah, it is quite a number that we're not achieving, and it's particularly in the more complex applications where we're not achieving that. I think if you look at the more simple applications, the number would be higher, but being fair and telling the whole story, the complex applications, if we get an application for a high-rise building in the city or a multi-unit development, they're the ones where we probably might have even a lower percentage, yeah. And yeah, so, telling the whole story, they're the ones that are often producing housing for our city as well.
Yeah, thank you. So the split between apartments and houses, of that figure, I didn't write it down, was it 728 or something? I can't remember. What's the split between houses and apartments, roughly? Is it 70-30 or?
I would need to check that. It's certainly more apartments than houses, but I don't know the exact breakup. Sorry, we can take that question.
No, I don't need the exact. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So thank you. So then you said, I think it's my writing, the smaller something are not struggling so much as the smaller councils because of the complexity of construction. That was an email. It was one of those slides. I didn't quite understand that. Could you just flick back through your slides?
Just trying to remember that point. It might have been that certainly with smaller applications, there's not the same complexity. Those ones are more able to be processed in a timely manner by ourselves.
So it's just a way of, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. That was that point. Yeah, smaller city and rural councils not struggling so much. So when you look across that benchmarking report that MB have done, they're probably closer to meeting their timeframes, but they would generally have a lot easier applications than us as well.
So it's more likely to be a likely result of easier construction or simpler construction, right, rather than complexity.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Okay. So then when we talked about the cycleway network plan, we talked about the fact it's going to go onto people's limbs. Have you got the capacity, because that's going to be quite a big project, have you got the capacity and do you have any idea of the time frame for that going onto limbs?
I would have to take that question on notice. We do have capacity. We do have good capacity in the LIMS team now. That's the next point I'm getting onto, is how we address capacity issues there. I have to take that question on notice as to how long that will take us.
Yeah, no, look, don't worry. No, the bigger thing is that you've got the capacity, so don't worry about that. You've got plenty of other things to do. And then the last one is the problem with working with engineers and things to do with the liability. I mean, it's the last man standing. So if there was a whole lot of firms that go belly up, the engineers or whoever's the last person is the one that takes the liability. That's why they're reluctant to get involved. Is that right?
Yes, correct. Well, councils are often the last person standing. Sometimes building companies and developers change company names from development to development. So often, whereas often it's those engineering consultancies which continue in their same name. They need to do that from a branding perspective. And obviously there's reputational damage as well. There might be it's one of the challenges of the system is that I say that for ourselves, and those structural engineers are the same. We're not the site superintendents. We can't be there to see every nail, every screw. We're there at key points, and things can happen when we're not there. And there's always, I'm sure you've all heard stories of the building inspector walks away and they pull out all the reinforcing and use it on the next job, and those.
No,
kind
I
of
haven't
stories.
heard that at all.
Oh yeah, maybe those things happen in Australia and not in New Zealand.
Yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't happen here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark, thank you. I really am grateful because you're so quick to respond and you're always so charming about it. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
That's it from me.
Councillor Matthews, did you have a question about building consents or limits?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can wait till the end of the presentation, but it was a question really. Shall I wait till the end of the presentation? Do you want to finish it, Mark? It's more of a general question about this.
Okay, well, we might leave it to the end. What about you, Councillor Pannett? Did you?
I can wait till the end. Thank you.
All right, we'll let you finish, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. So just moving on to the land information memorandums, and I'm sure you'll all recall it was around about November, December last year, we were at a real crisis point with our LIMS, and there was a whole lot of things that were happening at the time. It was at the time we least expected it. It's not normally the peak time for the real estate industry, but we had it was just a perfect storm. We had a number of staff leave for different reasons, and it was also the same time as the new lending requirements were introduced, and there's a lot of anecdotal evidence out there to suggest that with the new lending requirements, people who might have been just getting a few $1,000s from the bank to do their bathroom renovation were needing to get a limb and that kind of thing. So we believe that certainly impacted on our limbs as well. So we also did have a substantial increase, a 25% increase in our limbs. I think November last year was the highest month ever for limbs. We have had issue with staff retention, and we are doing a workforce plan to address that staff retention. But I think there's some numbers coming up in a slide in a minute, but we have appointed additional staff, and we have got timeframes back on track. So it was an issue causing significant stress at the time, but we've got that back on track and we're getting our limbs out. And this, while we do have a bit of a slowdown in the real estate market at the moment, at this time of year is traditionally our busiest time of year for the real estate market and for our limbs, but we are on track and we're keeping on track. So it's great to be in that place with our limbs again, yeah. So key challenges, and we've talked about some of these things. The risk and liability concerns are causing large delays in finalising contracts with suppliers and engineers due to insurance requirements in terms of getting new people on board, and just responding to the demands of services in the current COVID environment and the impact that might have on supply chains in the construction industry. So being fair to the construction industry as well, where everyone will be aware of the supply chain issues and not being able to, the building industry not being able to get supplies, and that causes challenges in terms of delivering housing as well. That's a real significant issue at the moment. So we'll move on to the next slide there. So yeah, this is just talking what are we doing about this. I've presented the problem, the limbs problem we've largely solved, but we are doing some things, some workforce planning to ensure that we're doing the right things to be able to recruit and retain staff there, and we don't get in that position again. But particularly structural engineering capacity. Just to mention, there's a figure. I don't think I did put the figure out, but I don't want to sugarcoat it. I want to tell the whole story. We are at about a 65 working day wait now for a structural engineering review. If an application comes in requiring structural engineering review, we are at that 65 days. That's where we are. So yeah, what are we doing about that? What are we doing about the problem? So we've had one firm started last week, and we're currently negotiating a contract with another firm. So that's what we've got additional capacity has come on there. We've also, another firm has provided an additional staff member, someone we're already working with, had someone else come on board, and they're working for us now as well. We've also, another firm who's provided a staff member on a secondment type basis. They said, look, we don't really want to work with you, work on a contract basis, but we're happy to provide a staff member on a secondment basis. So that started last week as well. So we've advertised for structural engineering staff to come and work for council, and that gives us better resilience to the shocks. We can we can direct their work more closely. So we advertised for 2 people at the beginning in December, January. We're hopeful we're about to secure 1 person. We only got 1 suitable person out of that. And there's an advert out as we speak. There's an advert out on council system at the moment to hopefully recruit someone else. One of our challenges there is being able to pay what the market pays. But that's an issue we can look at. And then we've also reached agreement on a short-term contract extension with one of our firms to provide additional support to clear the backlog. And we're continuing to dive deep for resources, continuing to scale the market to see what might be out there. There's a procurement exercise also underway to see who else might be out there doing the work. So we're literally not leaving any stones unturned, but always happy for feedback about what we could be doing differently, could and should be doing differently. I think the other thing just to mention there too is that sometimes it's not always just a matter of just throwing more resources at a problem. We've had a close look at ourselves. How can we be doing things better within building consenting and compliance? We've reduced the number of we've had a close look at done a risk assessment. Which applications can we actually assess without them needing structural engineering input? And we've been able to pull a few out of that. We've done some admin improvements to ensure that we're only asking our structural engineers to assess the work, removing any admin type tasks from that role, and just generally looking to smooth those processes without just some business improvements there. So, as I said, never going to stand here and saying everything's perfect. Always happy to take on board suggestions. There might be one more slide. This is, I think, the final slide, and back to yourself, Councillor Calvert, and questions. So this is just our forecast level of service. So building consents issued within 20 working days. In this, our level of service, we should be 100%. We were at 87% in Q1, 78% in Q2. We're probably about the 75% in this quarter. That's where we are there. Our Code of Compliance certificates, that's a positive story where obviously we never accept anything less than 100%, but at 92%, it's going not too bad. The land information memorandums within 10 working days. So we started at 74%. Q2 was terrible, 4%. No other word, there's lots of words, but it was terrible. Q3, where it's expected to be 68%. But if we look at the month of 68% still isn't great across a quarter, but we're dragged down by January's figures, early February figures. I anticipate the figures for March, we're probably around the 90%. So I think that's the last slide. The last slide here is just for questions. So back to yourself, Chair, to direct those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Matthews. Yeah, just very quickly. I'm just wondering, and I think I might have mentioned this to you before, to Liam. Well, thank you for that presentation, Mark. But I'm wondering actually, as well as the timeliness of consents, I'd like for councillors to be able to have a better picture of how we're tracking in terms of housing being developed. And so I'm wondering if that's something we could think about, particularly when we get the sort of new district plan in place, to have some better information about how we're sort of tracking and what kind of the progress is. And I guess not just kind of raw numbers, but also, variations and how we're responding in proportion to the problem.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. And it's a matter that whenever Liam and I catch up, it's a topic of every conversation we ever have about how do we track that, how do we do better in this space. Historically, that information has been really hard to pull out of our systems. Some of our systems are a bit outdated, and we are working on that. They are being improved. We're working really well with Smart Council on that. We are starting to track that data a little bit better now, and I think you saw in the first slide there was a figure there about the number of houses last year, and so that's important data for our city. We are working on that, and we'll continue to try and improve that. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Mark, for that presentation. I'm sure you'll say yes, but can you just reassure me that in trying to get all these people to do this work, that we're not going to have any quality issues down the road with leaky buildings, for example? Yeah,
yes, of course, and that is an important question. We've had that conversation in the team as well. Well, we don't want to be in I've pushed the team quite hard about, well, what can we do differently? Do we really need structural engineering reviews for this and all the rest of it? And we've had some, we can speak robustly, but honestly with each other, and they push back and said, well, yes, we can do these and we can't do that. And we've talked about, well, we don't want to be reaching the year 2030 and then be looking back and at all these consents we issued in 2022 that maybe we shouldn't have, just because we were in a bit of a tight spot at the time. So yes, we are watching that quality really closely, and I suppose it'll be easy to wave them through and we can get those numbers down really quickly. But yeah, we're balancing that tension between doing the approvals, but also making sure we're managing quality.
Do you think we are not building any more leaky buildings?
Well, I can never put my hand on heart and say 100%, but we do have vastly improved building standards now, and I'm confident that there'd be very little, if any, leaky buildings currently being built. Yes.
Right. Now, the internal engineer, I was just trying to get my head around that, because what exactly will they do? And what's our liability if things go wrong, just given we are the regulator? Like, it just starts to seem a little bit complicated.
Yeah, sure. So the work that the internal engineer will do, if we're successful in recruiting one or two, will be effectively the same work that our consultants and our contractors would do for us. But yeah, then there's a question about, well, what if something goes wrong with that, the liability issues? The reality is with our consultant structural engineers, they're only agreeing to really low levels of liability anyway. So we used to push them quite hard and ask them for quite large amounts, but that's one of the reasons some of them walked away. Look, we're just not prepared to wear this liability, or we can't get that insurance. So the reality is that we're not actually covered very much by our consultant engineers with the work that they do anyway. So it's not a big difference. We're actually taking, we actually discussed this matter in a bit of detail with ELT and in ELT on Monday. And there's a report specifically on the liability issue coming to Finance and Risk Committee on the 3rd of May to discuss and work through this issue a little bit more in terms of what are our liability issues and how we address them. Yeah.
I was just going to ask you for advice, legal advice on that point, so I look forward to that paper. And just the last point, look, Councillor Matthews has raised this, but maybe I think it would be good, even if you could come to Pūroro, just explaining why our consenting numbers look different to Christchurch and Auckland, because it looks like we're doing less. Now, I know there are reasons around that, but I think it would be helpful just to break that down a little bit just to explain, and maybe to do give a bit, and you've already done some of that historical analysis of where we've been tracking on consenting, so that we do have very good baseline figures. And as Councillor Matthews points out, we do need to keep tracking as we go forward.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, happy to have those conversations. Yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark, one of the areas was about the structural engineering, and you said currently we're at 65 days. When you feel that you're fully resourced, what would be the likely timeline that you'd be looking for, or time frame?
I can just go back and answer and just say something in relation to that. Firstly, I need to say, and I say this to people in the industry when I'm asked about it, well, the 65-day number does not sit comfortably with us. I'm never going to sit comfortably in this seat saying, oh, well, we've done all we can, but it's 65 days. That absolutely doesn't sit comfortably with us at all. The fact that we are at 65 days, ideally, well, not ideally, but we need to get that number to 20 days and below. Our statutory obligation is 20 days, and we need to not rest until we get it to 20 days. So that is our target. No, if and when we get to 20 days, it's like, well, how can we get it even lower, kind of thing. So 20 days is our target now, but how can we continue to do better with that? Yeah.
Thank you. And I think your first slide said it might have been 928 apartments and townhouses. And is that in the calendar year 2021? It
was 2021. I think that figure was housing generally. It was single dwelling units and houses and apartments. Yeah, for 2021.
Yeah. And I know we've talked about this in the past, but we've got, when we can get some better clarity, in terms of those numbers, especially.
Yes, yeah.
Are they
So
one bedrooms, 2 bedrooms? Yeah, appreciating that your systems are evolving.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. I don't see anybody's hand up for any more questions of you, Mark, but I know I've got some questions of the other two parts of this, which was around the finances and also the KPIs. Councillor Pennant.
Apologies, sorry. Can I just ask Mark one more question? Okay. So given that that gap will cause concern for the public and probably even councillors in terms of, is it 78% or whatever it was, are you confident within the next couple of years that that will be decreased? Top of grammar.
Sure, there's a lot of factors outside of our control. But we're certainly doing everything we can to get that number. Well, basically, our target is 100%. That's what we need to achieve. I'm confident that we're doing everything we can now with our engineering resources to reduce those numbers down. And if we sort of mentioned a bit before, if we were to separate out the consents requiring structural engineering, our number would actually be less than that, probably significantly less, to be fair. And if we were to reduce if we were to then look at the consents not requiring structural engineering, it would actually be much higher. I'm confident it's probably somewhere in the 90s. So when we can fully address the structural engineering capacity, that problem will be solved. Yeah.
Thank you. And we've also just been sent through the slides of this presentation if anybody needed to double check them. But I do have some questions, Deirdre, on the finances, or Sarah, if you're there. Capital delivery, it was talked about being 30% down. Is that sort of on average how we have been tracking in recent years? Generally, we've been facing 30%. I'm just trying to remember what, I know I've seen a graph previously of trend data.
Yes, I would have to check. Off the top of my head, I think it's about 20%. We have been, but again, I would just make 2 points on that 33%. One is when we changed when we did the capital rephasing, you'll remember that was in October, November time. So we were already through some of that year. And so actually the budget to the end of Q2 represented 54% of our total rescheduled budget. So there's a little bit of a timing issue within that 33%, but also acknowledging the fact that we were coming off those lockdowns, and again, reminding you that December, we achieved the budget in December, and that was a significantly high spend of $28 million.
And so do you, obviously we rephased this year's budget already, and by the time we're ready to rephase it again, it will be at the end of the year probably, or close to it. And so how will you factor that will you be factoring that into the annual plan once after consultation?
So we have already rephased. So when we did the rephasing exercise, we did look at the 10 years of the LTP. So there is an element of that already completed where we pushed some of those projects out. When we have completed the Q3 forecast, we are looking again at the 10 years. So we will be able to come back with a better idea of what next year looks like at that point. And it will be included, any changes that we would want to make will be included in the annual plan for deliberations and agreement in June.
Okay, and I will ask you to sort of explain offline or after this, but your slide finance summary forward view, I understand the concept, I was just a little bit confused. So, and it might just be where some of the bars are where they're fixed onto the graph, but I would like to sort of come back and just understand that in a bit more detail, but I'm sort of conscious of time. That was the questions I had on that section. I'll move to Councillor Fern.
I've got one question on the this Q2 summary and pictures report that was sent through by email.
Yep.
Thank you for that. That really helps my mind. I really like the style of that. My question is, in that visual diagram, it says that there were 3 1 in 50-year flooding events over that was for that quarter. Does that include the flooding event that happened on February the 13th, which was the second wettest day on record? Just wanting to check that that's another event.
Councillor, that will be another event. Those are 3 events between the 1st of July through to 31st of December.
Thank you, Bronwyn.
Councillor Pannett?
Sarah and Stephen, can I just ask a question about the way we do our reporting? I do like the way that you think quite a lot about design, but it does seem that it's changing its format quite often, and I've personally found this last lot quite difficult to read. I'm just wondering if we could have a reasonably, stable now reporting form so that we get used to it, and it does become easier to compare. Like, I just found there was a lot of information on one page, and I just thought critical details could get lost.
Perhaps if I can just respond to that,
yeah,
we, as you know, with the new LTP clicking in on the 1st of July, we adapted our report to meet that new LTP and obviously a reduction in the number of KPIs. And we did socialise with council the sort of new style that we were proposing. So this is the second of that new style, but we're very much open to feedback, and it's not kind of at its end state yet. And if there are particular aspects of the reporting that you find confusing, or you would like kind of us to think about a different way of doing that, then let us know. But we do really want to try and stick to a consistent style from here on, adapting it obviously to kind of your feedback, but it is the second one of that style since the LTP has been signed off, but certainly open to feedback.
I can take that offline. The other thing I just had was this thing, it's a bit like favourable, but it actually hasn't been a good outcome, that use of language. So it's a bit like saying it's a great thing for GDP when there's a car crash, right? So we have this sort of language where we've got this, in accountancy terms, I guess, we've got a favourable outcome because we didn't spend any money, but we didn't spend any money because it was COVID and then we didn't get stuff done. I'm just wondering, is it possible just to tighten that up a bit, or Sarah, is that just what accountants have to do?
There's generally accepted practice in finance, and so we probably use standard terminology. However, it is really important that the commentary we put beside this does make sense to you as our governors. So, the story that we're saying, for example, it's a favourable result. However, we are behind in this program, and we hope to pick this up. For example, that theme, the intent should be coming through. So if it's not, we'll keep an eye on that.
It is, but it's just a bit confusing. So maybe it even just needs to be separated out. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I've just got a couple of other questions, and that's in respect of our strategic work programs. And whilst we've got year-to-date actual against year-to-date budget, it doesn't give us a reflection of have we delivered as much as we thought we would, because we know prices are going up. We know material costs are going up. So how do we get a sense of, okay, we said we were going to do make 3 blocks for this amount of money, and we've been able to make 2 blocks for this amount of money. And just wondering how we can get a sense of that, because I can't, unless I'm missing something, I couldn't. Is there a part in the report that sort of highlights that?
Through you, Chair, unless Siobhan or Deirdre or anyone wants to jump in, when we have, so we budget it projects and program level, and we only have certain delegation to spend X% above those budgets at a program level. So where we are seeing within a project cost escalations or a change in scope or the timeframes changing significantly, we actually do have a requirement for those budget changes to come to the relevant governance committee, whether that be F&P or infrastructure committee or council, to make those financial or program changes. So budget changes, for example. So you will get that feel of how are the projects tracking from a cost perspective versus, even if we are underspent on our total CapEx budget, we still have to at that project level come and seek that additional expenditure.
Because one of the comments was capital revenue was down, and that seemed to be from, a big part of that was funds expected from NZTA. So if you don't get the fund contribution from NZTA, how do we spend what we were putting in as our share, or does that get cut as well, or do we deliver something different?
Deirdre, jump in if I'm going off piece here, but the majority of that was actually a resolution that was made at council to continue with the Build Back Better cycleway program, regardless of the NZTA forecasted revenue not being made available for those specific projects. So that was a council resolution. We've now included it in the budget.
So you've added in extra money from our council to be able to fund those. Is that what you're saying?
So we haven't made a budget adjustment for that, but ultimately the full amount of the CapEx was always in our budget. We budget that at a gross level. So we budget the gross cost, and then we budget the NZTA income. What we're seeing coming through the results now is the fact that we're not getting that NZTA income that we thought we would at the start of the year.
Okay, so we would have to make that income up from other sources, that revenue up from other sources.
It will increase our debt in the interim, and then we will depreciate the asset through our rating over a significant period of time.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's the other question I had was, dare I mention water again, but the KPI results for water. And that was under the non-financial service performance, and it's acknowledging that there is some red, but there's an awful lot of blues, which were basically meaning exceeded. And when you look at it without the, you think, well, have we exceeded too far in one area to the detriment of another area? Is that what this is telling us?
If I may speak to the exceeded ratings, there is ongoing work being done to quantify how our complaints are captured and reported through Wellington Water. So we never set a target to have people complain. So it is a bit of a perverse target to say that we are exceeding it, but that is a good thing that we continue to exceed that target. We are, unlike many councils, they don't report an exceeded as well as a not performed target. But I do not believe we've got the balance wrong. I think we can investigate more into whether or not that is a truly exceeded target.
So we're likely to maybe, so do you think there might be some change to some of the KPIs?
The KPI is valid and a target is valid. It's just how we are actually capturing and reporting the number of work requests versus actual escalated complaints against that. And that is work that we are doing with DIA to clarify that measure and with Audit New Zealand.
And as I understand it, we do have a measure which is not reported in here because there was no deviation from it, and that was around water quality. The water quality is related to bacteria, the levels of bacteria, basically safe drinking water. Our officers planning and potentially looking at an additional measure where we make sure that the water that we're getting via what we're paying for Greater Wellington is at the level that we expect, the quality that we expect, i.e. fluoride included in the water?
I can probably answer this one.
Yep.
We're not giving any consideration to that at the moment. Diane, this whole issue is fairly recent, as you know. And so even in terms of that, the fact that we don't have a contract with, we have a contract with GW, but it doesn't specify any water standard. We need to work through that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pennant.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Siobhan, just a really quick question. When are we going to see some of those Wellington water measures turn around, because we've put more money into them?
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons why it's been pulled out, and it's going to be an infrastructure committee. So there'll be a paper coming up to you next Wednesday, and we'll have Wellington Water there to answer all those questions.
Right, any other questions? Okay, so we will take a, before we go into debate and finish off the rest of the papers, we're going to take a 10-minute break for everyone's health and safety. And we'll come back at 3:20. Thank you.
Chair, could I just say that Deirdre's got the amount for the stadium strengthening? If I can't remember who asked the question, if she could quickly tell you what that was.
Okay, I think it was a bond store as well, but anyway, yeah.
So that was Councillor Pannett's question. So we've got 2.33 million in year 3 of the LTP, but that's 1/3 of the expected cost of that strengthening at the time that we did the LTP.
Okay, so if we can get back here by 3:21, that would be great. Thank you. Welcome back.
Sorry.
Sorry, somebody say something to me?
No, can you see me because I'm on a different device?
I can't see you.
Oh, okay.
You're a blank. You're a blank screen, Councillor Young.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
We just see black.
Okay.
But we know you're there, so thank you. We will need to, when we come back, we just need to move a motion to extend the meeting. Hopefully not for too long, but anyway, we just need to go through that process. Heidi, Emily, are we ready to go again?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. So because we're coming up to 3:30, I need to move a motion to extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. So I'll move that. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Matthews, you voted. Do you want a second? Thank you. All right. Do you wish to speak? Okay, let's vote. We haven't already.
Just waiting on votes from Councillor Condi and Mayor Foster. If they've potentially stepped away from their computer, we do have 9 votes in favour, which is a quorum.
We'll go with that.
So that's carried.
We'll keep moving. Okay.
Councillor Calvert, I think Councillor Young has her phone down, and then when she moves around, she's actually got her screen share around the other way. So, Councillor Young, you might want to flip your screen. That's it. We got to see your beautiful floors.
And your biscuits.
Okay. All right. That's great. I'm glad we got that sorted out. All right. So just double, is there any further questions of officers on the performance report Q2? I don't see anybody's hands up. So I think we've got one additional recommendation in the substantive, and I believe that was sent out round officers. I just wonder, have we got an officer there just to talk briefly to why that's in there, just in case people haven't read their seen the email that came through?
I can talk to that, Councillor Calvert.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, apologies that this was a late addition to the paper. We have some work ongoing in our plan for Pūroro Town Centre, and that was budgeted in the 2018-28 LTP and was carried forward. Now that that plan has been finalised, there is some additional work, so some accessibility, some walking improvements that want to be made alongside that. And so we are requesting, it's not an increase, it's an increase in budget for that particular project, but it is being moved from the Transport Minor Works upgrades budget. So it's not an overall increase, it's just a slightly using the funding in 2 different projects.
Does anybody have any questions of officers just on that particular one before we move on? Can't see anybody's hand up, so I think it must be clear to everyone. And I think, yeah, prices are going up. It's probably quite clear to everyone on lots of different things. Okay, so I will move this report and the recommendations. I think essentially it is what it is. We often when you look at your past performance is helping you to plan for future performance, but we know at the moment everything is up in the air with Omicron, and everyone is, I think it's almost sort of seeing how it does work through for the next few months. But I'd like to thank the officers for pulling this information together, taking on board Councillor Pannett's question about the content of the report and how information is presented. It is, I think it is a work in progress, and how we can be more clear. And I think it's good that the officers have pulled together a 3-page, very high-level summary, which is good to share. And I'm sure that will evolve in time as well. It makes it easy for the person not looking at these reports on a daily basis to at least get a snapshot of where things are at currently. Obviously, our water KPIs are certainly been thrown into light with the request for more funding, and that matter will now come before council at the end of the month with a more fulsome report. But I think it is important that when we're looking at the performance of the council as a whole, as this committee does, that we do make sure that we have got good information about all key areas of our services, and that does include water. So it is important that that information is provided to this and to this committee. So that's really all I've got to say. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Fern, thank you. Do you wish to speak?
Yes. I do wish to thank the officers for a really fulsome explanation of what's going on and through this. I'd also like to say I am enjoying the graphs and the way that it's laid out, but appreciate that it does take a bit more deciphering, especially if it's not the normal way that you've been used to reading it. And the point I mostly want to make is that I think just being cognizant that this report outlined in regard to water, that we had 3 1-in-50-year flooding events plus another on February the 13th, and that this must impact on our stormwater KPIs for Wellington Water or whatever water organisation we're going to have in the future. But also I'd just like to really notch this, particularly in around the decisions that we're about to make in our district plan, that, yeah, this is a very critical issue for Wellington, especially, yes, we can talk about that another time, but I'm just flagging that information now. But thanks to officers for putting all of this together for us today.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Oh, you've gone so quiet. I think everybody's had a good go this morning. Okay, look, thank you. No right of reply other than that once again, just to reiterate, Councillor Fern, thank you to officers. It is a maturing report, and if yeah, and as I said, it gives us a snapshot of where the council was performing, albeit at the end of June. I'm sorry, at the end of December. So let's, everybody wants to take them all together. So let's put them up and vote accordingly. Now, hang on. I think we probably need to remove 8D, don't we? Heidi?
Yes, the chair, yes, we do need to.
Okay, so if you could just note that there was that increase the OPEX budget, so we need to remove that. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So just waiting on a vote from Councillor Foon and Mayor Foster. That's 11 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Okay, so look, we're going to move now to, I see the mayor's back, so we're going to move to the development contributions paper, which was due to be earlier on, report 2.2. And I invite Stephen MacArthur to introduce the report.
I'm going to hand over to Leila.
Okay.
Okay. Kia ora, tata katoa. Good afternoon, councillors. Good to see you again. At this stage, I was just going to take the paper as read today. Myself, Jeff, Elizabeth Steele, and Nicole and others are on hand for questions. Before I do that, there are a couple of additional recommendations that will come through in the substantive. And just to explain those, one is a noting recommendation, just to note when the next review is likely to be, and that's a long-term plan. Another one is it's a clarification. It's quite a lot of detail for a recommendation, but it's just to insert a new section, and the effect of it is to clarify the difference between a draft assessment, which can be changed, and the final notice, the notice of assessment. So it's quite a technical one. In a little bit of extra time in going through things this morning, Heidi, could you scroll back up to number 3? I did find I'd left something off the list of the minor corrections, and that's at 9.7. I found that going through the summary of submissions. And that relates to, there was a sentence in the policy that I clearly remember someone putting it in thinking it would make things clearer, and one of the submitters said that it was confusing, and there's a deletion marked up in the policy for that. So those are the few changes coming through today. Thank you very much. And we might also have Gina online. I'm not sure if she's come back into the meeting for questions, so I'll hand over there. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Hammett.
Thanks a lot, Leila, for all your work. So I don't mean this to sound critical, but I was just wondering about organisational resources. Like, we haven't actually got many significant changes as a result of this policy review. It seems to be that the next one is supposed to be more significant. And councillors don't have that many levers to pull when it comes to making good things happen. So I'm just wondering, you know, whether officers do feel that when we do a review that we come back with some, reasonably significant changes.
So the changes through the long-term plan and the changes to the charges are significant. The changes to the formatting and the representation of the policy are quite significant. It was the first review in quite a while, so the financial model has been brought up to speed, and then there's all that significant new spending pulled through from the long-term plan. So the changes post-consultation are relatively minor, but I thought that the DC changes have been quite significant at this stage.
Okay. And, like 3.5 million that we're getting out of these DCs, I still don't understand why some people were saying they were too high.
Yes.
Right, okay, so that's enough.
Yeah.
Just the last one, can you explain to me about how growth is understood under the legislation? So from an environmental perspective, when you talk about growth, you do always end up with a significant environmental cost. So like that might mean, damage to ecosystems or something. Is it possible when we're looking at this next time to kind of understand it's not just about needing more services to meet people's needs, but any cost, and then people need to pay some kind of compensation for that?
So there are two distinct costs. So the growth in the development contributions policy that is addressed is population growth and the growth in infrastructure to cater for that population. When it comes to the environmental impacts of specific developments, that's where financial contributions under the Resource Management Act come in. And so they come under the policy, but they're a different charge, and they don't change development contributions. So, for example, if someone's doing a development, bit hard to think of it. If someone is doing a development and there's going to be disruption to water or disruption to an ecosystem, then they will have something that they have to do as a condition of the consent or some sort of mitigation they'll have to put in place. And that sits alongside development contributions and doesn't replace them. And that's under the Resource Management Act to manage the effects of development. Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, the legislation wouldn't allow us to look at that issue?
It's looked at under different legislation. So although the question might be a bit more sophisticated.
Maybe I might have to take it offline with you sometime because it's not going to be fixed today. But yeah, I just like to get in, just because we know also that development often has a major impact on waterways too. So it's just trying to understand how we do development in a good way, and we use the tools that we've got to encourage it.
Councillor Pennant, would you like me to jump in there?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Question. So Gina Sweetman, development contributions expert, but also hand in hand quite an expert in the Resource Management Act as well. So in terms of when you are putting in new growth assets, and I think that's what your concern is, generally you will be subject to getting resource consents, most likely from the regional council. And so the regional council will be considering what are the adverse effects associated with whatever new infrastructure is being put in, and how those adverse effects are going to be avoided, remedied or mitigated, what particular environmental measures might need to be put in place to address what's being planned. So they do go, what Leila was saying is quite correct. The development contributions is all about how much the infrastructure costs to put in. The resource consent side of things is going to deal with how you manage and deal with the adverse environmental effects associated with that.
Okay, so it's definitely prohibited. That's the way the legislation is set up. So it would be illegal to try and fix, for me, some. Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Gina.
Quite right.
Councillor Pennant, Mayor Foster.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Calvert, also for reordering to allow a few questions on this. First question I've got is going to page 85. I mean, my overall issue is whether the DCs are actually picking up all the growth-related infrastructure or not. So I look at page 85, and the first comment there under Schedule 1B is there are no community infrastructure charges for non-residential development. And the obvious question that leads you to is, but we do charge for community infrastructure to the non-residential sector by way of rates, because it all sits in most of it sits in the general rate. So how do you reconcile that we think that the commercial sector, the non-residential sector, benefits from that community infrastructure and therefore pays rates towards it, but then we don't charge for growth-related infrastructure to the same sector? So that's question one.
Yeah, I can answer part of that question, and then I might also, Gina, I'm very delighted you've turned up as well today, because some of these are quite go a little bit deeper. So in terms of when we talk about community infrastructure, that's the libraries and reserves, and those.
Well, no, it's not reserves, because you've got parks and reserves separately. So it'll be things like libraries, pools, that sort of stuff. Yeah. So the libraries and pools, the community infrastructure, that's come back new in 2019, and they've just come into the citywide charge. I'm not 100% sure of the reason why they haven't gone across non-residential, and I'll check that one with Gina. In terms of the reserves cost, that hasn't been attributed to the to workplaces, and that's because the reserves are available for use, say for example in people's lunch breaks, and so they, in the central city, they haven't been incorporated into the rating system. And also, like we've been looking at it in the regard of the aged care facilities, for example, there where you've got people in a hospital, or they're not going to be using
the reserves and the facilities, but they may be using
that's
them
a separate issue altogether. That's a separate issue
Yeah.
altogether. So,
but they may be using them as residents. So I'll pass over. Gina, are you able to speak to this topic a little bit more in terms of what's the LGA?
There is nothing under the Local Government Act that would prevent you charging non-residential activities for community facilities. The key thing is being able to demonstrate the causal nexus between non-residential development in terms of how much they actually use community facilities.
So the obvious question there is that at the moment we charge basically 50% or close to 50% of the entire cost of running that same set of community infrastructure to the non-residential sector by way of our general rate. So we've clearly decided that there is a benefit to them, because otherwise we wouldn't be charging that.
Mm.
And there's a clear, those two policy approaches are not talking to each other.
Yeah. It is something that could be looked at further, but with the ability to charge for community infrastructure in the development contributions was taken out of the Local Government Act and then returned in 2019. So as a part of the policy, it's a relatively, I mean, when you look across it, you'll see, there's a tremendous amount of detail in areas like transport. As a fairly new area, it's in development. This is the first time it's been back in a while. And yeah, we didn't look at that causal nexus for the business, for the non-residential sector.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that's not consistent in the way we've treated it. I acknowledge the time frame. Okay, the second one is just the sheer thing of the quantum that we've included in there. Now, and actually, the Parks and Reserves one is the classic example. So there's two elements to my Parks and Reserve question. During the LTP, I specifically included in the LTP $30 million for years 11 to 30 for Central City Parks. And the reason for doing that and going that far was specifically so A, we had long-term planning, and B, we could charge DCs on it. And the advice that we'd had in a previous paper was that 75% of that extra space was required for growth. About 25% was current deficiency, the other 75% was growth. Now I look at the numbers which are in here, and we haven't picked that up at all. It's just non-existent. And that means we're undercharging for growth significantly. And that's one of the things that certainly inner city Wellington raised with us, and I think quite rightly so, saying you need to charge for those things to underpin the investment in the green space in the central city. There's probably also a case for green space elsewhere, but particularly the central city, because that was crystal clear. And I don't see it in there.
My understanding is that the new spending is from the next 10 years. Elizabeth, are you able to talk to the out years 11 to 30? Or somebody from finance?
Oh, hi there. So in reference to those parks and things, that's the growth element we've heard from the business. So we can only charge for what we've got in there. That we may have to go back and have a look at that, but that's definitely what where we went to get those growth numbers.
Where did you go to get those growth numbers?
To the business units that are in charge of these particular areas.
And did you ask them how much they intended to spend in the next 10 years, or how much was included in a longer term perspective, i.e. going out to 30 years?
We looked at to 2030 to 2031.
Yeah, and there is a problem. There for me is a problem, because it means we're under collecting for those.
I'd like to just point out something else about the reserves number, in that the actual total amount being collected has gone up significantly. But where you look at the per unit of development, those costs have gone down, because as you project out, you're catering for a greater number of development units. So in terms of the difference between the previous policy and this one, the actual per EHU doesn't show such a big change, but the overall collection does.
My point is that particularly Councillor Pannett and I spent a long time trying to get investment into inner city reserves. One of the parts of that was to try and get it into our DC policy, and it ain't there.
I'll just come in. I think that if we can certainly go back and look at that for you, if you want to pass a amendment for us to actually do that, we certainly can do that.
I would be very happy to do something along those lines, because I look at, I mean, the number on page 88 is specifically a list of specific parks that we've already got investments proposed in. But what there isn't in there is there's the one new inner city park, which is the one we already know about, but there's nothing for the rest of the next 25 years or so. And look, and if I can go to the other question I've got is around infrastructure. The numbers, when we've had presentations from, and I stick here with, let's stay with page 80.
Excuse me,
86.
Mayor Foster, some of us are looking at different papers when you're talking to the page. Is this the asset and program schedule?
I'm looking at page 86 on our papers, which is page 44 on the DC policy.
Yeah.
She's probably better illustrated in, might be better illustrated 2 pages, or a couple of pages on. It's around the wastewater when we find the exact numbers. The wastewater investment that we're proposing to make has got virtually nothing, next to nothing for growth. And that seems very odd given what we've been talked, you know, what particularly Wellington Water has talked to us about over time, of saying that there is a significant need to upgrade both water and wastewater networks. And I'm not seeing that in the numbers which we've got in front of us, that there's any material amount of water-related and wastewater-related growth there. And I just wonder whether we've just been far too conservative and we're sticking it on the rates rather than on, or at least on debt rather than on growth. And the other one of those is, I mean, there's, like, for example, there's investment in bus lanes. The reason we're investing in bus lanes in part is because growth, and we're not reflecting that. So there's a whole bunch of things, I guess, through this policy that I'm thinking we've taken the approach of putting it into debt as new asset rather than having a growth component in it, and I'm troubled by that.
Yeah, are you suggesting perhaps that the recommendations in front of us in this paper, which is basically saying the changes to the charges apply from the 1st of May, maybe we shouldn't be making the decision now? There's some further work required?
Well, personally, my feeling is yes, because otherwise I think we're leaving it another 2 years before we start actually getting some of these numbers right. And of course, in the meantime, we're not simply not collecting the DCs on those developments, which should be paying for them. And it means that the growth, what is genuinely growth related, is being picked up by ratepayers generally through debt. And that's what we were trying to avoid.
Could I make a comment on the wastewater ones, or did you want? Because we brought the paper in October last year, and it's been through consultation. We did pick up some minimal changes, and the DCs are increasing significantly through all the areas. We did, at the time, we did emphasise that when things pull through to the DCs, we do see marginal changes in some spaces because of the relative scale of growth to the existing size of the city. So then you get around 6%. And in that transport thing, you see that there's quite mature charging. They've got a long itemized list, and there are many, many things there. We would hesitate to pause on bringing these changes through, because there's a lot of pressure for more and more changes that are going to take a lot of analysis to do. In terms of the wastewater plants, those are largely historic. So those date to the building of Moa Point and good planning that we're still collecting on, and same for the other ones. So those were built many years ago with additional capacity that hasn't been reached. And when they talk to them being near capacity and needing to be replaced, then those new ones need to be planned and costed, and then they will add in to the development contributions policy. So the wastewater ones, those are very large assets that I can't speak to the planning at the time, but were planned running well into the future. Similarly, some costs that you're seeing just aren't in there because they're in the out years and we're addressing the next 10 years. The costs did all get really dampened down when you go to the citywide because of the change in the projected population. And the policy can be amended sooner than the 3 years or anytime there's a significant reason to do so. But every time it goes through review, it needs to go through quite a lengthy process. So if there's any way to add in your charges, you know, we could add in charges after Let's Get Wellington moving, or
well, that's clearly going to be necessary. Yeah. Look, I mean, I look at it's page 85, which has $466 million worth of citywide wastewater, of which only $5 million is to be DC, is growth related. I really struggle to think that could possibly be right. And likewise, citywide water supply 400 million, and only 18 million of it is growth related. It just, you know, given what we've been told by Wellington Water about what is necessary to support growth, because otherwise, effectively, I mean, we've been told that our system is pretty much at capacity across the board. Whether it's in some catchment it's stormwater, in some catchments it's wastewater, in some catchments water. That doesn't flow through into this at all.
I'm feeling a little bit off guard because we've got the Oamaroa reserve charge has added a significant amount right through the centre of the city per development contribution. So it's definitely at least over 1,000 per unit, and was really contributing to. I'm just looking for that.
That will be one of the. Sorry guys, that will be one of the catchment ones, won't it?
Yeah, so that's in the catchment ones.
Yeah. As a way forward, councillors, is what it sounds like to me is that you want a slightly deeper understanding in terms of the growth elements that are in the LTP and how they're flowing through to the DC, because ultimately what LILA can only do is reflect in the DC policy what's included in the LTP in terms of growth, right? So I think that's probably the bit that you're looking for slightly more information on. So,
been a question I've been asking for a while.
Yeah, understandably. So maybe the best way forward is to put that in an amendment in terms of for officers to go away and get that information, and hopefully we can get that together before we take this to council.
Happy to see that.
So that we can give you some level of comfort that what we've got in there and what we've not got in there, and the reasons for that, so that when you get to council for consideration, you're in a better position to be able to make that decision. Is that the way forward?
I'm happy, Baz, if you can write words to that effect, I'd be happy to see that.
I don't think this goes to council from what I can see.
Well, we can always forward it to council. It's certainly a decision that's within the committee's remit, I would suggest.
Although to be clear, Baz, the decision or what we're asking to be resolved won't change, because in essence it has to be based on what's included in our long-term plan, and without doing a long-term plan amendment when we're doing one for housing, that's not going to change. So it's just how do we understand what sits there from a growth perspective in the existing plan.
And that's the thing, right? So, you know, there's been some questions asked in terms of you know, what's reflected in the DC versus what's in the LTP, and I think we can just tie those things together, look at that, maybe have a quick briefing on that or a little workshop, and we can go from there.
Sarah, can I be clear? It's not changing anything, because we can't change anything that's in the LTP. It's just working out whether things are A, properly classified, and B, whether they're actually included in there. Well, clearly the years 11 to 30 of the citywide reserves are not included in there, because we've just been told that, had that confirmed.
Can I get Elizabeth to, sorry, Sarah, this is a finance question. So we did go through a couple of workshops last year, and I think Elizabeth might be happy to go through some aspects of the model with people. Elizabeth, are you able to comment at all on?
She is, and she's been trying to share that model with people recently. So yes, we're more than happy to provide more detail on that model with anyone who is interested. Remember that we do have another long-term plan coming up in a couple of years, and that's where we need to, for example, the water that's coded to growth. We rely on what Wellington Water has told us through that long-term plan process, what is attributable to growth. We can't change that now.
And I was just going to add that as each LTP is signed off, then there's a natural flow on to reviewing the DC policy to make sure it aligns with the growth numbers that are in the LTP. So I know it's been a while since we have reviewed this DC policy, but good practice would suggest that it gets reviewed, make sure that the numbers are right and aligns with the LTP after each cycle of the LTP.
I just clarify though that from what I'm hearing from the Mayor's questions is that maybe these charges don't incorporate all the changes that have come out of the LTP. Have I got that right, Mayor? In terms of
no, I think it's more whether they're classified appropriately to growth or to level of service, and also whether they've picked up. And I was particularly focusing on the inner city reserves as one example, whether they've actually picked up years 11 to 30, because I looked at the numbers and it was quite clearly they haven't.
Does that make any difference though to the charges that we're proposing now?
Yes, because it means there'll be $30 million of most of which will be growth related, because we had a paper, those of you who were here in the previous training will remember, on inner city reserves, which said that we need a certain, and Iona's nodding, a certain number of square meterage of reserves, which 75% was expected to be growth related. And we were going to do that over 30 years. So that's why I put that in the budget in the LTP last year. And we all agreed to put that in the budget. And then you'd expect, and the reason for doing that was that we could start collecting DCs for the growth related component. And that hasn't flowed through yet.
So, I mean, then we'd really, from my perspective, is how can we pass these recommendations when we know that there could be gaps in.
Well, I think Baz's way forward for me would be the right way forward, so that we get it fixed, so we get it right. And look, I mean, with due respect to all the submitters, I mean, essentially every submitter is going to be saying, can we pay less? And that's really what we got from all the submitters. They're not going to pick up whether things are or are not growth related, and whether we've got our numbers right.
So Baz, Baz, do we move add a recommendation here that this is sent to council for approval? Is that the way to deal with it?
Could I?
Sorry, Lana, go, yep.
Kia ora, Baz. I'm sorry, just to be frank, I don't know that, I think in terms of the checking that's been done and the charges incorporated, if we can go back following consultation and add in a substantive charge at this point, and if there is one, so I mean, we could do more work on the charges, but delaying the policy, it's hard to envision getting through them in time for the next meeting, and delays to the policy at this stage are delays to a policy that is overdue and still doesn't reflect the majority of charges that it has captured, regardless of whether we check and find additional charges. So I've just got reservations knowing how much time and resource it takes across the council to get to everything, if you don't mind, and availability of staff to do this.
So I get all that, but I think councillors are in a position where they want some level of certainty to understand what was in the LTP versus what's transferred to the DC policy. And I'm comfortable that we've got things in there to reflect the LTP position of 21, but I think we just need to show those workings. And I'm not suggesting wholesale changes at this point, but I think we have to give an opportunity to the committee to see those. Look, it's in the committee's hands. It's up to the committee to determine what the way forward.
How long would it take for officers to look at this? If we, do you need a month? Do you, and does that impact on, because I know you want these changes to come into effect from the 1st of May.
We'll have to come back to you on that, Chair.
So can we lay this paper on the table then?
I think we should aim to bring it to the next council meeting if that's possible, which is papers go out next week.
Okay. Jeff, would you be able to?
I think you'd be best for Baz to pick up, for Baz to take the course that he was taking, which says you pass it through with an amendment to council, saying officers do that extra work with us.
Just forward it to council. Yep.
So that means that we would probably likely change recommendation 7 to, rather than agree to adopt, but to agree to refer to council to adopt. Is that what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Okay. Emily, Hayley, I don't know you got that, but recommendation number 7 is agree to refer to council to adopt the proposed. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You've done it much better than I have. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So just to check, are there any other questions of me? Because unfortunately, I won't be able to return to work on this next week. I'm working elsewhere.
That's okay, Layla. We'll through Baz. So in terms of the ELT. So yeah. I think we will now. I think there's no more questions from elected members, so that we will move into debate. So thank you for your time. So just double checking with elected members. No further questions. Okay. So Ned, do you want to move this?
I'm happy to move it now. I think I've said all that I need to say. Well, apart from saying, look, for me, DCs is a really important funding tool, and it is about growth paying for growth. So costs fall where they should lie. I've got to say, it's been a bit frustrating that we have taken probably 2 LTPs not having done this. We're doing it now, which is good. But I do want to get it as right as we possibly can. So I just want to thank you all, councils and officers, for agreeing to just give it that little bit of time to get it more right than it is. Our DC levels are very low compared to most cities, so I don't think I have any fear about us being any DCs being a barrier to development. But I do have concern that if we don't get them right, we're imposing more cost, and B, in some cases, we will make it more difficult for us to actually deliver some of that infrastructure, whether it's reserve infrastructure or hard infrastructure or community infrastructure.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to second. I don't really need to say too much, but I just like with officers that we do need to work closely on this prior to the paper going before council, just to make sure that it does address some of the all the concerns that have been raised, in particular by the Mayor and Councillor Pennant today. So yes, so I'm happy to support the recommendations as they are in front of you. Is there any other speakers? Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I'm not a development contributions expert, and I don't have the history here, but I guess I just would like to say to the Mayor, I think it would have been good if you had raised these concerns. And I know you say you've raised them, but raised them in a substantive way much earlier in the process. I just, this has been quite a long, challenging meeting with some substantial issues that we had to deal with this morning. And I just think this is not, if this, and I don't actually have a read on whether the issues you're raising are significant, Andy, but I think they would have been better dealt with before the paper came to this point, or ideally before it had gone out for consultation. So I just want to thank Layla in particular for her work and wish her well in her next, whatever she goes to next. And thanks everyone.
I think you now might write a reply, Mayor Foster. No one else wishes.
All I have to do is reply to Councillor Matthews and say, I assure you they have been. particularly our CFO will know I've been trying to arrange to have the spreadsheets, etc., which apparently are very difficult to convey by means of by any sensible means in this wonderful COVID environment that we've got, so that I could go through those things and actually raise all of those questions before this meeting. So it actually only arrived with the actual papers. So it's been frustrating, I've got to say, but not through nobody's fault. But I have certainly been trying to raise those same issues. And yeah, I acknowledge that it's been a long day's meeting, and I take that point, Councillor Matthews.
All right. So I take it everybody's comfortable. It's all taken together. And just note the changes in red, and that this policy will go before council at the next available time. So if you could all please vote.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor Young. That's 11 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right, shouldn't be too much longer. So next we have the forward programme. I'm just finding my page. And I'll welcome Sarah Hay. I believe you're introducing this report.
Thank you, Chair. We've got a long presentation to support this forward work programme. We will take any questions if there are any.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Foon.
Hi all. I'll try and keep it quick. Two quick questions. The Wellington International Airport item. What are the outcomes we would like to achieve there? And secondly, on Thursday, the 26th of June, is there any way, and I should know the rhythm by now, but it just feels like 3 months out from the quarter that we're going to read, and I know that that week is going to be tremendous with the district plan and a council meeting. So, yeah. So could we move the CCOs and quarterly performance report into May?
I actually thought they were in May, so it would be interesting.
I believe they are in May. The Q3 report is on the May agenda. I'm just trying to find it actually.
On the Wellington International Airport question, Councillor Thune, we are wanting to bring back an update on their financial performance for the committee, but also and the pathway for the agreement and adoption of this next piece of work is up for conversation, I believe, probably with the chair and the mayor. But we want to agree a relationship agreement with Wellington International Airport. At the moment, some of you may know that we don't have a shareholders agreement. The best pathway to get to being in a position where we can have a high functioning relationship with Wellington International Airport, given the multiple varying stakeholder relationships we have with the organisation that they have with us, whether that be through our shareholding, whether it be our regulatory role, whether it be Destination Wellington. There are a whole number of facets to that relationship. We'd like to put in a relationship agreement with Wellington International Airport, and that's part of that item as well. And the May question?
Yeah, the Q3 report is on the May agenda.
So we may, if you're looking at something different, we have got that incorrect on the forward work programme, and we will update that. There you go, you've got the paper in front of you. We will bring it to May, Laurie. Councillor Thune.
Great. Okay, it's on June here, so I don't know if we need to change that.
So it's just we're only receiving the information, so I'm
okay.
We can receive the information even if it says wrong.
Okie dokie.
I'm trying to keep things simple, but noting that the Q3 reports should be in May.
Bronwyn, I see you're off mute. Have you got something to say?
Yes, the Q3 council performance report is scheduled for June. If it's to be moved to May, then I need to negotiate that with people who want to take Easter holidays. That's fine.
It needs to be May.
The Q3 report that I produce is scheduled for June.
Okay, well, we'll discuss that offline, but it does need to be May. Okay, right. Let's I'll I don't think any more questions, so I will move the motion. I don't think I need to say anything more. Councillor Foon, would you like to second? Q, would you like to speak? I think we're all ready to vote. I don't see anybody else speaking here.
Just waiting on votes from Councillor Young, and Mayor Foster.
So I've tried to vote several times. I'm on my iPad. It's not quite as straightforward. You should have it.
Got it there. Yes, we do.
Great.
Just waiting on Mayor Foster. But in case he has stepped away from his computer, it's 10 votes in favour, so that has carried.
Okay, right. So next, now we move to the actions tracking paper, and I think Sarah, hey, you are introducing this report.
I'll take any questions.
Any questions? No. Okay. I will move these recommendations. Councillor Foon, thank you for seconding, and we'll go to vote.
Just waiting on a vote from Mayor Foster on actions tracking.
Mayor Foster, are you voting? I just will assume he hasn't voted.
It's 10 votes in favour then.
Right.
Carried.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for there's been quite a few papers on here. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you've been able to do a few stretches when your video's off in between times. So look, it's been a busy day, but we've got through quite a bit. So I will now declare the meeting closed, and I will say the karakia. Unahia, unahia, unahia kiti ura tapanui. Kia watia, kia mama, te nako, te tinana, te wairua. Iti ara takatu, koirai ronga, bakaria aki ki runga. Kia watia, ira kuwatia. Thank you all, and it's sunny out there, so please go and enjoy some sun. Councillor Foon, I hope you start